Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. I didn't sleep well last night. My back ached as I rolled out of bed, the stiffness lingering like a stubborn echo that had settled deep into my bones. It was a Sunday morning in December, cold and gray, with just enough light to notice the dust motes hanging in the air. I had the day off, which should have felt like a relief, but instead only left the hours feeling heavier, stretching out ahead of me with too much emptiness to fill. As I sat on the edge of my bed, rubbing my eyes, I listened to the gentle chorus of birds outside, their calls blending with the steady whisper of clouds still moving across the sky. There was a sense that the rain had just ended. The world felt rinsed and silent, the usual city noise softened by the lingering damp. The familiar weight of fatigue pressed against me as I stood, forcing myself to move slowly, carefully, as if every step might shatter some delicate balance. Still half asleep, I shuffled into the kitchen, craving the comfort of something warm, something sweet and familiar. My eyes drifted to the shelf above the stove where I kept my favorite red jelly soup. It was a simple pleasure, just red jelly cubes dissolved in boiling water, their color and scent rising gently from the mug, filling the room with a faint, fruity warmth. I opened the fridge and found only 2 jellies left, stacked in their tiny wrappers, waiting like little treasures. I took one, popped it into a chipped mug, and poured hot water over it. As the jelly melted, I stirred it slowly, watching the red swirl and dissolve, thinking about nothing in particular. The kitchen was cold, but the soup's gentle steam felt like a small comfort, a kind of company. Mug in hand, I stepped outside and lowered myself onto the damp stone near the front stairs. The drizzle still lingered in the air, soft, rhythmic, and uncertain, as though the sky hadn't quite decided whether to let go or hold back. The cold wrapped around me, not harsh, but persistent, settling into my jacket and prickling the back of my neck. I watched the thin lines of water running down the railing, collecting in a puddle near the edge, catching the faint reflection of a pale sun behind the clouds. I took a sip of the soup. It was warm and nearly tasteless, but there was a kind of comfort in that, too, a reminder that not everything had to impress me, that sometimes it was enough for things simply to exist. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the quiet of the morning fill the spaces in my mind that were usually crowded with worry and memory. As I sat there, my gaze drifted toward the old metal mailbox at the edge of the compound wall. It was battered and rusted, its once bright paint now faded to a dull gray. I couldn't remember the last time anything had been delivered to it, months, maybe even years. Most days it was just another part of the scenery, something forgotten and left behind. But today, as the drizzle began to thin and the clouds pulled apart in streaks of light, I noticed something different. A torn envelope peeked out from the mailbox, its paper damp and curling at the edges, the ink running in places where the rain had seeped in. Curious, I set the soup aside and walked over, feeling the grit of wet stones beneath my bare feet. The envelope was thin and slightly sticky, addressed to me in unfamiliar handwriting, my initials scrawled in uneven letters, no return name, nothing to give away the sender. I hesitated for a moment before opening it, feeling a strange flutter in my stomach, as if I were about to step back into a memory I'd tried hard to forget. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded in half, the ink smudged but still legible. "I hope you still live here. I know it's been too long. I don't expect you to write back, but I found something that belongs to you. If you want it, meet me by the old railway tracks Sunday before dusk." There was no signature, no explanation, just those words. I read the note again, my mind turning over the possibilities. It could have been a prank, a mistake. But there was a feeling in the air, a hush, a sense of the past quietly slipping through a crack in the present. I looked around at the empty road, the quiet trees, the soft gray sky, and suddenly the day no longer felt so ordinary. The soup still steamed on the stairs, a faint red glow in the mug. The letter trembled slightly in my hand, not from the wind, but from something stirring beneath the skin, a memory, a warning, an invitation. My house stood quietly on its own, surrounded by empty land and distant trees. The neighbors on either side had moved away years ago, leaving only hollow shells behind, windows covered with newspaper, doors locked and forgotten. There was no movement, no sound except for the birds and the faint drip of water from the eaves. It was easy to feel alone out here, easy to forget that the world kept turning. Time passed as I sat, turning the letter over and over in my hands. I reminded myself to pick up groceries. I needed to keep moving, to keep the routine alive, or else risk falling too far into my own thoughts. After a while, I headed to the bathroom to freshen up. That's when I noticed the tap wasn't working properly. The handle spun too easily, and only a thin trickle of water came out. I frowned, added it to my mental list of things to fix, and splashed what little water I could onto my face. I dressed for the weather, a red jacket and black track pants, the same ones I wore most days when the air was damp and cold. Before I left, I checked the windows and locked the door behind me, feeling the familiar click of the bolt. The road was slick and wet, the silence making every footstep feel sharper, as if the world were waiting for something to happen. I watched my step carefully. This area was known for the odd snake or two, and I didn't want any surprises. As I turned the corner past a patch of overgrown grass, a sharp flutter of wings caught my eye. A small bird, red and speckled, was trapped under the paw of a stray cat, yelping and biting at it. I shouted and ran near, waving my arms. The cat froze, gave me a look of mild annoyance, then darted off down the lane, tail flicking. The bird lay still for a moment, stunned and trembling. I knelt down and scooped it up gently, feeling its rapid heartbeat through my fingers. It was lighter than I expected, its feathers damp and sticky with rain. I looked around, spotted a low bush by the roadside, and placed it carefully beneath the leaves, away from open ground. It blinked once, a quick flash of black eyes, then nestled deeper into the shade. I waited a few seconds, watching, before standing and brushing the dirt from my knees. It took me about 30 minutes to reach the market, the walk passing in a blur of gray sky and quiet streets. I picked up some beetroots, carrots, and a packet of milk, moving slowly through the aisles, letting my mind wander. At the hardware store, I bought a new water tap and a small drilling machine, both of which felt heavier in my hands than I expected, as if they carried their own quiet intentions. Back home, I placed the groceries on the counter and reached for the last red jelly, dropping it into a mug as the water boiled. The music system in the living room still worked, though only just. Its speakers crackled as Ilayaraja's songs filled the air, familiar melodies drifting through the rooms like distant memories. I sipped my soup, the flavor thin but sweet, and thought about the letter again, about the railway tracks and what might be waiting there. I moved to the storeroom, a space that always felt a bit colder than the rest of the house. It was cramped and cluttered, shelves stacked with old boxes and tools, the air thick with the scent of dust and something else, something faintly metallic. In the center of the room, hanging upside down from a thick iron hook, was Radhika. She was lifeless, her head hanging at an odd angle, her hair pooling on the concrete floor beneath her. Her face was calm, almost peaceful, her eyes closed as if she was simply resting. I placed her head carefully between two iron holders, each standing firm on either side. The holders had been there for years, their original purpose lost to time, but now they served perfectly, keeping her in place, her beautiful face snug and still between them. I crouched beside her, the hum of the drilling machine alive in my hands, the air thick with the faint scent of her skin and the cold sharpness of metal. Slowly, I pressed the spinning bit into her soft skin on her forehead. It resisted for a moment, then gave way with a soft crack, letting the drill glide 2 inches deep into her hard forehead, creating a neat, round hole. Her blood rushed forward in a sudden burst, clear and sweet, splashing across the machine and my fingers. It dripped freely into the vessel I had placed below, each drop a quiet rhythm against the metal bowl. I watched, fascinated, as the blood pooled, bright and perfect, before reaching for the small silver tap resting beside me. With careful hands, I pressed the tap into the freshly drilled hole. The flow slowed, then stopped, held still by the pressure of the seal. I took a small brush, dipped it into glue, and traced the edges of the tap where it met the skin, sealing it in place. I waited, letting it set, as the silence in the room deepened, broken only by the soft tick of a clock somewhere in the house. When the glue had dried, I leaned forward and placed my lips against the rim of the vessel, tasting the last drops of her blood. It was cold now, sweet and almost metallic, like a secret kept too long. I savored it, letting the flavor linger on my tongue, before setting the bowl aside and opening the tap. The blood flowed again, slower now, a lazy stream that trickled into a series of small plastic cups. I filled them one by one, stacking them neatly on a tray, each cup catching the soft, rhythmic sound of blood against plastic. There was something deeply satisfying about it, the gentle rhythm, the subtle scent of erotica in the air, the cool, silken texture of her blood as it passed through my fingers. When the last cup was full, I closed the tap with a soft twist. I carried the cups back inside, opened the freezer, and placed them neatly on the top shelf, aligning them carefully so that each was easy to reach. Then, with a final glance, I shut the door and let the quiet return. The next day, my back ached as I rolled out of bed. I didn't sleep well last night, again. The hours had passed slowly, each one marked by the slow, steady ticking of the clock on my nightstand. Still half asleep, I made my way to the kitchen, craving the comfort of my favorite red jelly soup, and reached for the envelope once more, running my fingers over the faded ink. The days that followed fell into a pattern, each one echoing the last. The routine of soup in the morning, the silent walk to the market, the careful tending of the freezer, these things gave shape to the hours, kept me from drifting too far into thought. Yet beneath it all, the memory of the letter pulsed like a second heart, reminding me of something unfinished, something waiting just beyond the edge of what I could see. The old railway tracks ran behind the compound, half hidden by weeds and thorny vines. I had avoided them for years, the rusted metal and crumbling wooden ties a reminder of another time, one that felt both distant and dangerously close. Yet now, each day as dusk approached, I found myself standing at the window, watching the light fade, listening for any sound that might drift in from the tracks. There was never anything at first, only the soft rustle of wind, the distant cry of a bird, the quiet settling of the house. But on the third evening, just as the sun was sinking below the trees, I heard footsteps, slow, measured, almost careful. I stood motionless, listening, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. The silence that followed was deeper than before, pressing in on me from all sides. I pulled on my jacket and stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The letter was tucked into my pocket, its edges soft and worn from being read too many times. I walked down the path that led to the tracks, each step feeling heavier, as if the ground itself were reluctant to let me pass. The world was painted in shades of blue and gray, the sky streaked with the last light of day. When I reached the tracks, I saw a figure standing just beyond the old signal post. They were tall and thin, bundled in a long coat, their face hidden in shadow. For a moment, we simply stared at each other, either of us moving, the silence stretching out between us like a thin line. Finally, the figure reached into their coat and pulled out a small, weathered box. They held it out, palm up, as if offering a gift. "This is yours," they said, their voice low and familiar in a way I couldn't quite place. I took the box, feeling its weight, its rough edges beneath my fingers. I wanted to ask who they were, why they had come, what it was they thought I had lost. But the words stuck in my throat. The figure nodded once, then turned and disappeared into the dusk, their footsteps fading away until only the sound of the wind remained. I carried the box back home, setting it on the table beneath the yellow light of the kitchen. I hesitated before opening it, unsure of what I might find. When I finally lifted the lid, I saw a photograph, a picture of me as a child, standing in the very spot where I now lived. My mother's arm was around my shoulder, her smile warm and bright. Beneath the photograph was a small, faded red ribbon, the kind she used to tie in her hair. A wave of memories washed over me. Afternoons spent chasing birds in the garden, the smell of jelly soup on rainy days, the sound of her voice as she sang along with old songs. I pressed the ribbon to my lips, breathing in the faint scent of perfume and rain. In that moment, the ache in my back, the hunger that gnawed at my stomach, the silence that pressed against the windows, all of it seemed to fade. I sat quietly, listening to the soft hum of the freezer, the gentle drip of water from the tap I had finally repaired. As the days passed, I found myself drawn more and more to the small rituals that had filled my life. The making of soup, the careful arrangement of cups in the freezer, the tending of the plants on the windowsill. The world outside continued to turn, but I remained in my own quiet orbit, circling the memory of what had been lost. Sometimes, late at night, I would sit on the stairs and watch the stars appear, one by one, above the rooftops. I would think of the letter, of the figure by the tracks, of the photograph and the ribbon, and feel a strange, gentle peace settle over me. The pain was still there, but it was softer now, less sharp, a dull ache instead of a wound. And so the days went on, each one much like the last. I moved through the hours with a kind of calm detachment, watching the world from a distance, savoring the small comforts I had left. The soup, the music, the red jelly, each one a thread that tied me to the past, to the people and places that had made me who I was. And always, beneath it all, the memory of Radhika lingered, sweet and sharp as the taste of blood on my tongue. I carried her with me, hidden in the small, secret spaces of my life, a reminder that even in the quietest moments, there is still a kind of longing that cannot be filled. Eleanor Birch had spent most of her life surrounded by other people's memories. She was a sound archivist in Boston, a job that seemed glamorous to outsiders, but in truth, it meant long, quiet hours alone with old boxes, magnetic tape, and the faint smell of mold and dust. Her workspace was in the attic of an old brownstone, a narrow space crowded with shelves and crates, every surface layered with the debris of decades. There was a single window that let in a strip of pale light, revealing more dust in the air than seemed possible. Every morning, Eleanor climbed the steep attic stairs and unlocked the door, pausing at the threshold to let her eyes adjust. Some days she almost felt the presence of those whose voices she preserved, the long-dead actors, the children captured in holiday songs, the mothers reciting bedtime stories in languages Eleanor didn't speak but somehow still understood. She worked for museums, libraries, and historical societies, carefully digitizing old recordings so that others could listen to the sounds of vanished lives. She was good at her work, steady, patient, methodical. But her real purpose, the secret she never spoke aloud, was hidden behind a battered trunk in the far corner of the attic. Tucked away there was a private collection of reels, each labeled in Eleanor's careful script with dates and a single name, Lillian. There were nearly a dozen in all, though most were damaged, warped by time, heat, and the tragedy that had stolen Lillian from the world. Lillian had been her daughter, her only child. 3 years earlier, she had died in a fire that left little behind but ash, a half-burned teddy bear, and a few audio tapes marked with sticky notes in a child's handwriting. Eleanor's grief was not something that faded with time. It grew quiet, sometimes, letting her function for hours or days, but it never really left. She told herself she had accepted what had happened, but every evening, after her work was done and the rest of the city was winding down, she found herself drawn back to the attic. She would sit on the floor, knees pulled close to her chest, and listen to the crackling remnants of Lillian's voice, a baby's gurgle, the gentle babble of a toddler, a half-sung nursery rhyme. Sometimes, if she closed her eyes and breathed deeply, she could almost believe that Lillian was still nearby, just out of sight. It was not healthy. Eleanor knew that. Even as a professional, she understood that the process of restoring these recordings, treating the tape, amplifying faint sounds, could create illusions, bringing out echoes that might not have been there at all. Memory was tricky. Sound, she knew better than most, could distort what you remembered, filling in gaps with something close, but not quite the same as the truth. Still, she kept listening, night after night, searching for some piece of Lillian she might have missed before. Her sister Clara called once a week, always around the same time. Clara's voice was bright and practical, slicing through Eleanor's cloud of nostalgia like a knife. "You're losing yourself, Eleanor," Clara said, her tone carrying equal parts worry and impatience. The line crackled with static. Eleanor's attic phone was ancient, the cord fraying at the wall. "You have to come downstairs sometimes. You have to talk to people. Let me come over. We could have lunch, maybe go out somewhere, get some fresh air." But Eleanor hardly listened. Clara had not lost a child, had not stood in the street at 3 in the morning while neighbors gathered and smoke curled from the roof of her home. Clara's children were grown and scattered, her house warm and filled with laughter on holidays. She could not understand. Eleanor made polite excuses, turned the conversation to other topics, and when the call ended, she put another reel on the tape deck and let the soft, static-filled voice of her daughter fill the attic again. Most days, work was a relief, a way to lose herself in something technical and objective. There were always new jobs coming in, an old reel from a jazz club, oral histories from a closed-down school, a box of home recordings from an estate sale. She labeled, cataloged, and digitized each one, sending off copies to grateful clients who would never know how often her hands shook as she pressed play. It was during one of these routine projects that something strange happened. The reel had arrived in a cardboard box from a historical society, an estate auction in a small Massachusetts town. The label was yellowed and curling at the edges. "Boxwood Estate, miscellaneous." Eleanor loaded the reel onto her Revox B77, her favorite of the old machines, and pressed play. At first, the sounds were unremarkable. The soft creak of floorboards, fabric moving, a distant clock ticking off the seconds. There were snippets of conversation in the background, just out of reach, too faint to make out. Eleanor adjusted the levels, trying to draw the voices closer. Suddenly, under the hiss of the tape, she heard a whisper, barely there, but distinct. She leaned in, her heart quickening. The whisper came again, a little clearer this time. She recognized the voice instantly, though she could not say how. It was Lillian's, older than she remembered, older than she could ever have been in life. "Mama, are you coming?" the voice asked, soft and plaintive. Then, "It's cold here, Mama." "So very cold." Eleanor froze, her hand trembling on the machine. Lillian had died as a baby. She had never spoken in full sentences, never said those words. Eleanor played the segment again, rewinding and listening over and over. Each time, the voice sounded clearer, as if some barrier between worlds had thinned, allowing her daughter's voice to slip through. She tried to explain it away. There were 100 possible reasons, a technical error, a coincidence, her own mind playing tricks after so many sleepless nights. But the voice was there, recorded on the tape, whispering things that had never been spoken aloud. After that, Eleanor's routine changed. The attic was no longer just a place of work, or even of private mourning. It became a place of obsession. She played the tape every night, sometimes for hours, as if repetition might unlock some secret. With each play, the voice on the tape became more distinct, more confident, as if it were responding to her presence. The attic felt different, smaller, tighter, the shadows growing longer even as the days stayed the same length. Eleanor began to avoid the rest of the house, eating quick meals in the kitchen and returning to the attic as soon as she could. She dreamed of Lillian now, vivid, impossible dreams where her daughter wandered through strange rooms, calling out for her, always just out of sight. Sometimes she woke in the darkness, certain she had heard footsteps on the stairs, a small voice whispering from behind the attic door. The tape that had started it all, the one from Boxwood Estate, had come with a stack of paperwork from the auction. Buried in the manifest was an address, the location of the estate itself. Eleanor read it over and over, her finger tracing the faded type. One rainy afternoon, unable to sit still any longer, she packed a small bag, left a note for Clara on the kitchen table, and drove out of Boston, following narrow roads that wound through old forests and quiet towns. As she traveled, the scenery changed. The trees grew sparse and pale, their leaves gone to autumn's gray, and the air smelled of damp earth and old metal. She watched the clouds press down against the hills, feeling the pressure in her chest mount with each passing mile. The house at the end of the driveway was enormous, its shape half lost in overgrown ivy and brambles. Windows were cracked and broken, the paint on the porch peeling away in strips. Eleanor's footsteps crunched on the gravel as she approached, the silence so thick that every small sound echoed. According to the paperwork, the house had stood empty for years, its history swallowed by neglect. Near the garden, a boy appeared. He was about 7, wearing jeans with patched knees and a faded baseball cap. He held a scuffed baseball in one hand and watched Eleanor with curious, wary eyes. "You here for the house?" he asked. Eleanor nodded, unsure what else to say. "My sister used to play here, but she's gone now," the boy said, glancing toward the house. "Mama says the house took her." He frowned, then shrugged. "There's a room inside that makes a humming sound. Don't go near it if you can help it." Eleanor thanked him, but the warning did little to slow her. She stepped inside, blinking as her eyes adjusted to the gloom. The air was cold and still, heavy with the smell of decay and old wood. Dust floated in every beam of light that pierced the windows, making the whole house seem underwater, drowned in time. She wandered through the rooms, drawn by curiosity and something deeper, some pull that she could not name. Audio reels were everywhere, stacked on shelves, tucked into cupboards, scattered across the warped floorboards. Each reel was marked with a handwritten label. "Confession of the Butcher's Wife, Whispers from the Nursery, Garden Voices, 1948. She picked one at random and played it on her portable deck. A hoarse, trembling voice filled the room, describing betrayal and regret in halting, broken phrases. In every room, she found new sounds. A child's lullaby in the faded pink bedroom upstairs. A man crying softly in a hallway lined with cracked mirrors. Somewhere, mixed in with the other voices, were fragments of Lillian's voice, laughter, a single syllable, the soft click of a tongue against teeth. These were not from the tapes she had salvaged after the fire. They were unfamiliar, impossibly older, but unmistakable. Lillian's sound, her pitch, her breath. The humming sound the boy had warned her about grew stronger as she explored, a deep, steady vibration she felt more than heard. It seemed to pulse in the walls, especially near the back of the house. Eventually, it led her to a narrow staircase, the steps sagging with age. At the top was a door, sealed tight with heavy chains and melted wax. Someone had carved a child's drawing into the wood, a woman holding a baby, lines etched with a shaky hand. Below it, someone had written, "Mother's Echo." Eleanor stood before the door for a long time, her hand pressed against the rough wood. She felt the urge to play the reel she was holding. When she did, the humming intensified, shaking the floor beneath her feet. On the tape, she heard her own voice, calling Lillian's name in a tone she did not remember ever recording. Then Lillian's voice echoed back, closer than before. "Mama? Are you there, Mama?" The words didn't come from the tape, but from somewhere behind the sealed door. After that night, Eleanor could think of nothing else. She scoured the house for more recordings, staying up for days without sleep, convinced that some hidden reel would contain the answers she was seeking. She recorded herself speaking to Lillian, played it back in every room, hoping for a response. Sometimes she heard footsteps on the stairs at night, or caught the boy's face watching her through the garden window. The neighbors, when they saw her, only shook their heads. "The house eats sound," one woman warned her. "People come here, and their voices are never heard again." Eleanor ignored them. She barely ate, barely slept. The attic at home had faded from her thoughts. Now all that mattered was the maze of rooms, the flicker of old voices, the promise of her daughter's words hidden somewhere in the walls. One night, deep in the house's cellar, she found a small, unmarked reel. It felt warm to the touch, humming softly in her palm. She carried it upstairs and set it on her portable deck, her hands shaking as she pressed play. The tape began with a hum that grew louder and louder, until it drowned out all other sound. Then came the crackling roar of fire, the sound of wood snapping and glass shattering. Over it all, Lillian screamed, a sound Eleanor had never heard in life, only in nightmares. The scream rose, then cut off sharply, leaving only silence behind. Eleanor sat frozen, the blood pounding in her ears. For the first time, she realized that the house was not preserving sound. It was absorbing it, drinking it down, locking it away, keeping the echoes of loss alive and hungry. The silence after the scream felt heavy, pressing against her skin. The humming in the house grew louder and more urgent, rattling the window panes, vibrating through the floorboards. She remembered now, with painful clarity, the night of the fire. How she had delayed fixing the broken heater in Lillian's room, how she had been drinking wine, letting exhaustion pull her under, not waking quickly enough when the smell of smoke crept under her bedroom door. She saw it now, her own responsibility, the slow, terrible chain of choices that had led to her daughter's death. She took out her portable recorder and spoke her confession aloud. Her voice was thin, cracked with grief. "I let you down, Lillian. I was careless. I let the world close in around me, and I was not there when you needed me. I am sorry. I am so sorry." She played the tape in the main hallway, holding it close to her chest. The humming built to a roar, and the whole house seemed to shake. Voices overlapped and tangled, a chorus of mothers and children, husbands and wives, each trapped in their own loops of regret. Eleanor covered her ears, but the sound pressed in, squeezing tears from her eyes. She saw her own reflection in a broken window, thin, exhausted, her face a mask of longing. Behind her, the faint outline of a child's figure reached out, hand pressed against the glass. For a moment, Eleanor thought she could feel her daughter's warmth, her presence just at the edge of touch. But then the figure faded, and the house fell quiet once more. Weeks passed. The grass in the garden grew taller. The boy who had warned Eleanor came by less often, but one afternoon, he found a small reel in his mailbox. He carried it inside, dusted off his father's old tape recorder, and pressed play. Eleanor's voice spoke his sister's name. "Sarah," again and again, in a quiet, persistent loop. The boy listened, tears stinging his eyes, and looked toward the old house at the end of the driveway. The humming had stopped. The silence that followed was complete and final, a silence that felt both empty and, in some way, peaceful. The tape played on, Eleanor's voice a soft, steady echo that filled the house with something almost like hope. For the first time in a long while, the boy thought he could hear someone listening. And far away, in the quiet darkness, the echoes of loss and love circled each other, fading, but never quite vanishing. Charlie always thought of himself as a cautious man, even superstitious at times, though he never admitted out loud. It was one of the reasons he never liked big crowds or loud parties, the kind of places where you had to keep checking your pockets to make sure nothing important had gone missing, the kind of nights when shadows lingered just out of sight and every stranger's laugh sounded like it was meant for you. That night, though, he'd made an exception. Larry Lombardo wouldn't let him wriggle out of this one, and when Larry made up his mind, there wasn't much anyone could do about it. "Every made man goes out for a drink after his induction," Larry had said, wagging a finger at him and grinning that wide, sharky grin. So Charlie had come. He'd put on his best suit, slicked his hair, and tried to forget the gnawing feeling in his gut that told him he was walking into something he'd regret. The club was packed, the air thick with perfume, sweat, and the sharp sting of whiskey. Red lights pulsed over the crowd, painting everyone's faces with the same feverish glow. Larry's crew was scattered throughout, each of them pairing off with a date, or chatting up women at the bar. Charlie felt out of place, like he was at a costume party where everyone knew the theme except him. He made his way to a corner booth and lit a cigarette, letting the smoke curl upward as he watched the crowd. That's when he noticed the guy. There was something about him that didn't fit, something that made Charlie's stomach twist a little tighter. The guy wasn't like the usual crowd. The suit he wore was black, but not the expensive, custom kind that hugged your frame just so. It hung loose on his shoulders, dusty and old, with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face. His hair was long and wild, hanging over his eyes, and there was a scar that ran jagged across his nose and up into one cloudy, amber eye. Charlie kept glancing over at him, trying to place his face. In a city like this, you got used to seeing doubles, men who looked like other men, but there was something about this guy, an energy, maybe, or the way he watched Charlie from across the club without blinking. Charlie felt a sickly feeling settle into his stomach, a kind of revulsion he didn't really understand. What the hell had this guy done to deserve an invite to a place like this? He looked like he didn't care about anything, especially himself. Charlie forced himself to look away and tried to focus on the music instead, on the heavy beat that thumped through the soles of his shoes and the low hum of conversations around him. He knew he should be enjoying himself. This was supposed to be a celebration, a night out with the crew, a sign that he made it. But every time he caught sight of the man in the black suit, a wave of unease washed over him. He tried to convince himself that it was nothing. Maybe the guy just had one of those faces. But the way he kept staring, never smiling, never blinking, was starting to make Charlie's skin crawl. He took a deep drag off his cigarette and looked away, only to be startled by a familiar voice right behind him. "Crazy night, eh?" The voice was thick and familiar, the kind that made you think of smoky bars and long nights. Charlie turned, his heart jumping in his chest. It was Terry Tonano, grinning with a cigar stuck between his teeth. Charlie felt the world tilt. He'd watched Terry die in the Pine Barrens, watched his body disappear into the swamp. He'd seen the blood, the panic, the way Larry and the others looked away when it was over. Terry shouldn't be here. He couldn't be. "Terry? I think you're dead," Charlie said, his voice barely above a whisper. The lights in the club changed, the yellow glow replaced by a bold, pulsing red. The music slowed, stretching out each note until it sounded like a dirge. Terry just grinned, puffing his cigar and nodding along to the music. "Yeah, kid? And whose fault is that?" Charlie's mouth went dry. He tried to form a response, but before he could, a woman slid up next to Terry, running her hands across his chest. She was young, glamorous, with a voice like honey. "Oh, come on, Daddy. Let's dance," she whispered in his ear, pressing her body against him. Terry looked at her, smiled, and then the two were kissing, lost in their own world. Charlie felt sick. He turned away, desperate for some kind of distraction, but when he looked back to where the man in the black suit had been standing, he was gone. Charlie's heart pounded as he scanned the room, but before he could spot him, the man appeared right beside him at the bar. Charlie jumped, his nerves fraying. The man's presence was almost suffocating, his gaze burning through Charlie like a hot knife. The music seemed to fade, the lights dimming around them. The bartender came by, and Charlie tried to play it cool. "Pour me another one, please," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "It's on me," the man in the black suit said, his voice low and smooth, almost melodic. Time seemed to freeze. Charlie felt the weight of the man's gaze pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. He didn't know why, but he was afraid. He tried to smile, tried to look grateful, but it came out all wrong. "Much appreciated," he managed, leaning against the bar in an attempt to look relaxed. "It's my pleasure," the man replied, his eyes never leaving Charlie's face. "After all, it's not every day a man gets made in this town. Isn't that right, Charlie?" Charlie felt his heart stutter. How did this guy know his name? He swallowed, sweat prickling at the back of his neck. He tried to play it cool, flashing a fake smile. "That's right," he said, trying to sound confident. The man's smile didn't change. "Say, how did you know my name?" Charlie asked, forcing himself to meet the man's gaze. "We know each other. Don't we, Charlie?" The man's voice was cold, his eyes unblinking. Charlie felt a chill run down his spine. "Do we?" he asked, his voice faltering. "Of course we do. We've met a few times, in fact. Don't you remember? The Pine Barrens? Outside that diner in Yonkers? Junkyard in Boonton. Yes, you had to meet me many times over in order to even be considered for this esteemed honor, the man said, his words precise and measured. Charlie tried to process what he was hearing. He took a sip from the drink the bartender had just dropped off, his hands shaking. The man raised his eyebrows, watching him closely. Don't really remember meeting a guy like you is all, Charlie said, trying to sound casual. The man smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up in a way that made Charlie's stomach turn. I'm sure there's a lot you don't like to remember. People you don't like to remember seeing. Speaking of not seeing things, aren't you going to read the label on your drink? Charlie looked down at his glass. There was a white sticker on it, something scribbled in messy black marker. It read, "Drink me." Charlie frowned. Just says to drink it, he said. You sure you should? Could be poison, the man suggested, his voice silky smooth. Charlie shifted his thumb, revealing another part of the message. This time it read, "Don't drink me." His heart pounded, sweat breaking out on his forehead. How'd you do that? He whispered. The man's grin grew wider. Why don't you call Mandy and ask her? He said. Charlie stared at him, confused, before reaching into his pocket for his phone. Before he could find it, the man produced a small flip phone from his coat. Here. Use mine, he said, pressing the phone into Charlie's chest. I think it may be for you anyway. Charlie stared at the phone as the music slowed even more, becoming distorted. The world seemed to shrink down to just him, the man, and the phone. He pressed it to his ear. The voice on the other end was panicked, high and trembling. Charlie? Charlie, baby, I didn't know no better. Charlie looked from the phone to the man, whose eyes sparkled with dark amusement. In the corner of his vision, Terry's date was now practically undressing him on the dance floor. The sounds around him blurred together, and the phone became the only thing that mattered. Shit, Charlie muttered, rubbing at his brow. What is this, some kind of sick joke? The man in the black suit just grinned. Again, why don't you ask Mandy? I think she has something she needs to tell you. Charlie's breath came faster, panic rising in his chest as the voice on the phone rang out again, even more desperate. Charlie, baby, please. I never said nothing, I promise. I would never hurt you, baby, please. Don't do this. He tried to close the phone, but it wouldn't budge. The man's grin widened, his eyes shining. That's very funny. What the hell is this, huh? You trying to play a joke on me? Charlie said, his voice shaky. Oh, there's no joking about it, Charlie. All three of us know how you came to be here tonight, the man said. All three of us? Charlie echoed, confused. Now, a new voice came through the phone, icy and monotone. It was the same as the man in the black suit, echoing right there in the club, and also inside Charlie's head. Yes, Charlie. All three of us. The man in the black suit smiled, speaking through the phone. Now be a good boy and give me back the phone. Charlie handed it back, his fingers trembling. The red light of the club faded to blue, the music picking up speed, growing louder and louder. The man gave him a final smile, then pointed at him with a single finger. We'll see each other again, Charlie, he said, his voice musical, almost hypnotic. The lights grew brighter, the music louder. Charlie felt nausea build in his gut, the world tilting around him. The man in the black suit started to walk away, tipping his hat as he went. Just before he disappeared into the crowd, Charlie's own phone rang. He fumbled it out of his pocket, his hands slick with sweat. Yeah? He answered, barely recognizing his own voice. Mr. Cansano? This is Agent Hargrove, calling to ask you a few questions. First of which would be, have you seen your girlfriend, Amanda Costello, in the past few days? We were trying to get in touch with her regarding some information. Charlie couldn't focus. He stared after the man in the black suit as he made his way out of the party, whistling a familiar tune. It was a song from Charlie's childhood, one that always played on his uncle's old radio. The words echoed in his mind as Agent Hargrove's questions continued in the background. All our times have come here, but now they're gone. Charlie felt his grip slip, his vision blurring as the lights faded in and out, red and blue, spinning in his mind. Mr. Cansano? Mr. Cansano, can you hear me? Mr. Cansano! The voice called on the other end, distant and far away. But the voice wasn't on a phone anymore. It was in Charlie's apartment, next to his lifeless body. Blood stained the walls and carpet, painting everything a terrible, final red. A young woman, Amanda, sat nearby, crying, trying to explain what had happened to Agent Hargrove. So he comes home and before you can explain, he hits you, chokes you and shouts at you, then forces you down to the floor? Yeah, that's what he did. Then, he said that no skank-ass whore is gonna tell me how to live my life, and then he said he was gonna choke me until I couldn't breathe no more. God, I was so scared. I didn't know what to do until I remembered the gun he keeps strapped to him. Amanda was still covered in blood, her hands shaking as she talked. She looked down at the sheet covering what used to be her boyfriend and wept harder. Agent Hargrove handed her a tissue. It's all right now, Mandy, Hargrove said softly. He won't hurt you anymore. You saw to that, thankfully. You're safe now. Amanda dabbed her face, mascara running down her cheeks. What's gonna happen to me now? She asked. Hargrove stood, gathering her paperwork. We think it best if you come with us for the night. We'll see if we can get in touch with some friends and get you someplace safe until we have all the details. Amanda nodded, lighting a cigarette as she tried to calm down. She stared out the window, smoke curling in the air. Charlie's body lay nearby, silent and still. She didn't look at it, not really. Instead, she looked outside, letting her thoughts wander. I thought I knew him so well, she said softly. I never thought he'd hurt me. The radio played softly from the bedroom, the melody drifting out into the living room. As she gazed out the window, Mandy noticed someone standing on the street below. A man in a wide-brimmed black hat and black suit, whistling along with the music. It had started to rain, the drops splattering against the glass, but the man didn't seem to mind. He looked up at her, locking eyes, his smile wide and knowing. For a moment, Mandy felt like he was staring right through her. He tipped his hat, grinned, and pointed at her before turning to go, his whistle blending with the song on the radio. Come on, baby, don't fear the Reaper, baby, take my hand, don't fear the Reaper, we'll be able to fly. She watched him until he vanished down the street, a shadow swallowed up by the night. Somehow, all the fears she'd been carrying began to fade with him. She turned, stepping over Charlie's body, and walked toward whatever the next day would bring. The past was behind her now, and the night was filled with possibility. As she left, the song on the radio played her out, the melody haunting and sweet, echoing in the empty apartment. The city outside kept moving, the rain falling steadily, washing away the blood, the memories, and the pain. And somewhere, out in the darkness, the man in the black suit kept whistling, his tune rising up into the night, promising that for some, there would always be another meeting, another story, another chance. Barnacle Winterbottom sat high up in the thick summer leaves of the old oak tree, scratching his bushy red beard, while the big striped cat beside him quietly watched. Barnacle's thick red eyebrows were bunched over his blue eyes, and the sunlight filtered through the branches, casting moving shadows on both of them. The cat, Lightfoot, was at least 3 times bigger than Barnacle and looked completely focused on the scruffy little gray dog running around below. Barnacle leaned in, whispering to his companion, "Don't worry, my friend, we'll be rid of that dog soon." Lightfoot's ears twitched, his pale green eyes narrowed as his long white whiskers quivered. The smell of the dog seemed to fill the air, and the cat looked like he was tasting the scent. Below them stood an old Victorian house, towering and shadowy, its walls dark and decorated with intricate patterns, carved wood, and spiky iron. Gables rose into the sky and a round turret perched on the corner, while inside the attic window, a pale face peered out from between faded curtains. I was sitting at my desk in my attic room, gazing out the window, when I spotted the little man sitting in the oak beside my cat. Both were watching the driveway as my cousin's car pulled up, the engine humming before it fell silent. My cousin, her husband, their 2 children, and the mutt of a dog all climbed out, the kids already arguing and the dog barking at everything. I always wanted a dog growing up, but my aunt had never allowed it. She'd had a dog once, when I first came to live with her, but it had died in a terrible way, and after that she changed. She barely spoke, spending days shut away in her room. I remember once asking about the dog, Twinkie. She turned to me, her hair a tangled mess, her face gray and haggard, and just whispered, "I don't want to think about it. Never ask again." So I never did. Instead, I kept my cat, though after Twinkie's death I sometimes wondered if I could trust even him. I always felt that those little people, those gnomes, were up to something, but maybe it was just paranoia. It's not like I really trusted anyone anymore. I turned away from the window but froze as a soft, familiar voice spoke behind me. "You can trust me." It was the voice of my imaginary friend from when I was 10. Back then, it had been a comfort. Now, it made me uneasy. I stayed in my chair, refusing to turn around. Instead, I reached for the hatpin I'd stolen from my aunt's fancy hat, drove it deep into the flesh between my thumb and finger, and watched as the pain cleared the voice away. Only after the sharp pain faded did the house seem quiet again. I considered going down to meet my relatives. My great-aunt's granddaughter, Lenore, was in her 30s, her husband Stan a bit older, and they had 2 kids, Marcy, only 3, and Jimmy, who was 10. I was still in my old gray sweats and a pink pajama top. I hadn't showered in days, and my hand was still bleeding, but I honestly didn't care what they thought of me. I really didn't want them here. My aunt believed having them in the house would be good for me, but she didn't really know me at all. Lenore and Stan had lost their jobs, their house, and now they were here because Auntie May was kind and too generous. They'd promised to treat me like a daughter, but I knew it was just a show. I put on a hoodie and crept down the hallway, past the old coats and scarves. Behind the closet was a hidden panel and a secret staircase that led to the mudroom near the kitchen. From there, I could hear voices as Auntie May showed the family to their rooms. I peered out, caught her heavy breathing, and then slipped out the back door, around the house, past the vegetable garden, and to the spot under the tree where Twinkie was buried. Someone had placed flowers there, and, as usual, there was cat poo as well. I flicked it away with a stick while Lightfoot, looking pleased with himself, washed his face. I shook my head and scolded the cat. "Can't you just be content he's gone?" Lightfoot only stared back, feigning innocence. Soon, I heard voices coming from the other side of the garden, so I grabbed my backpack and walked toward the woods. My backpack was full of drawing supplies. Out in the trees, I felt like I could breathe. Meanwhile, deep inside the oak tree, Barnacle Winterbottom called a meeting of the gnomes. 18 of them gathered in the burrow, some wearing red hats, some blue or green. Jamar, dressed in yellow and green, started with his usual joke. "Yaman! Rollin' why de gnomies?" Barnacle sighed and told him off, but Jamar just grinned and continued. Josie Pussawillow, with her round cheeks and fluffy hat, asked if they could scare the children this time. "No one believes children," Jasper said with a chuckle, and the other gnomes laughed loudly. Someone in the back called out, "Children are so yummy!" Barnacle raised his hand to calm them down and announced, "One more push and the old woman will be over the edge." "We're nearly there." Lightfoot peeked into the burrow, Barnacle nodded, and the cat disappeared into the night. From my hiding place, I watched Lightfoot leap down from the oak. The gnomes slipped out behind him, their bright clothes muted by the dim evening light. They moved like smoke, almost invisible as they crept toward the house. I kept telling myself there was nothing to be afraid of, even though my imaginary friend's voice whispered, "I've got your back. You can trust me." I squeezed the hatpin in my hand, just in case. That night, after supper, the family went to bed early, tired from traveling. Suddenly, a dog started barking furiously. Then, a scream echoed through the house. Stan ran down the hall to check on May, who was shaking and pale. "Twinkie! He was here!" she cried, but Stan tried to calm her, saying it was just a dream. She muttered about Twinkie's corpse, her voice full of pain. Lenore came in to comfort her, while Stan went to check on the kids. Jimmy, lying in bed, asked, "Was it the little people?" Stan told him not to be silly. Marcy toddled in, giggling about "Gnomies," but Stan ignored her. After he left, Jimmy lay staring at the closet door, which slowly swung open. He thought he saw a little shadow dart across the room, but when the dog, Peter, jumped onto the bed, Jimmy stuffed his face into his pillow and tried to forget about it. Lightfoot crept out from under the bed, and Peter chased after him, barking and setting off another round of chaos in the house. The next morning at breakfast, everyone was quiet. Jimmy looked terrible, Stan was pale, and even Lenore's hands shook as she served the food. Marcy seemed perfectly happy, though. I watched from the mudroom door as they all went upstairs to get dressed for the day. When they were gone, I brought breakfast to Auntie May, who apologized for the trouble she'd caused. I told her not to worry and kept quiet about the gnomes. I just told her, "If you see anything strange, just remember it isn't real. That's what you always told me." She smiled, patted my hand, and drifted back to sleep. That evening, after the family came home, I put on an apron and made them a big dinner: fettuccine alfredo with garlic prawns, asparagus, and pudding with whipped cream for dessert. They seemed a little more relaxed afterward, even smiling a bit as they ate. Later, Lightfoot curled up with me in my room, purring until I fell asleep. But I woke up in the night to the sound of a little girl screaming. The sound was so high-pitched, I thought it might shatter glass. My heart twisted with sadness for her, so innocent in all of this. I slipped down the stairs and listened from the shadows. Marcy was crying. "Peter! Whittle men!" Stan was confused, but another scream from down the hall drew him away. He picked up Marcy, handed her to Jimmy, and told them to stay put. Then he rushed to Lenore's voice in Auntie May's room. He stopped in the doorway, his face draining of color. The cream-colored bedspread was soaked with blood. Peter, the dog, lay torn apart, his chest clawed open and his head resting on May's chest, eyes missing. Lenore was hunched over, throwing up, while May lay like a statue, her mouth frozen in a silent scream. Marcy stood in the doorway, staring. Jimmy scooped up his sister and hurried away. Stan hesitated, torn between comforting his wife and protecting the children. He chose the kids. "It's little people, Dad." "Evil little," Jimmy tried to say, but Stan cut him off. "That's enough. Hold your sister. I'm going to make you some warm milk." Jimmy, barely able to think, just nodded. Stan went down the stairs, but didn't see the yellow Tonka truck on the step. His foot slipped, and he tumbled to the bottom. The truck lay beside him, and he stared at it with empty eyes. I lay back in my bed, tears blurring my eyes. I felt sorry for Auntie May, but I couldn't help but feel relief that Stan was gone. Maybe I hoped the others would finally leave. In the burrow under the oak, the gnomes were already celebrating. The hall was full of music, candlelight, laughter, and the clinking of tiny glasses filled with mead and wine. Barnacle Winterbottom watched as the gnomes danced, drank, and sang, knowing that their time was almost here. Lightfoot lounged on a branch outside, licking his paws and gnawing on a piece of dog liver. The next morning, Jimmy pleaded with Lenore. "Please, it's the little people. They're going to kill us all." Lenore, dressed all in black, just told him to stop. She was old, Stan had an accident. She insisted, her eyes narrowing. She blamed the dog's death on raccoons or rats. Jimmy shook his head in frustration and began to scream. He screamed for hours, begging her to listen. In the end, Lenore had no choice but to send him away to an institution. She comforted Marcy, who talked about her new best friends, the wee folk. Lenore laughed, saying, "I had an invisible friend too when I was your age." She didn't realize how real it all was. Later that afternoon, Lenore hung clothes on the line outside. The fresh air made them smell wonderful, and I almost liked her for it. But I knew she only wanted the house and would do anything to get it. I knew the only way to make her leave would be something truly terrible. That night, Marcy lay in bed with her nightlight dim. She woke up to Josie's tiny, squeaky voice. "Don't be afraid. We're your friends. Look what the cat dragged in. Josie somersaulted across the floor, then handed Marcy a big yellow flower with a piece of chocolate in the middle. Marcy clapped with delight, forgetting all the warnings about imaginary friends. Josie put a finger to her lips, then pointed to a line of chocolates on the floor, leading to the closet. Marcy followed, disappearing into the shadows. The next morning, Lenore's screams tore through the house. I sat up in bed, my body frozen with dread and a strange sense of anticipation. The voice was back, gentle and close. It is done. Go back to sleep. I felt a warm hand brush my cheek and my eyes grew heavy. The last thing I felt was my hand being pried open, and the hatpin falling to the floor. Lenore was gone. All that remained of Marcy was a pool of blood in her closet. The house should have been silent, but instead the kitchen was alive with noise, singing, laughter, the clatter of pots and pans. I wandered in and saw a long table piled high with pancakes, bacon, and bowls of berries and cream. 20 or so little people sat around the table, grinning with sharp teeth. As soon as they saw me, they froze. Then, suddenly, they rushed at me, a mass of chittering, squealing creatures, like rats running wild. Tiny hands grabbed at my jeans and tugged, squealing with delight. I flung open my door, and the voices hushed. The tiny hands let go, dropping to the floor. They began backing away, not from me, but from something behind me. Lightfoot stood in the doorway, fur puffed up, ears flat, long white teeth bared. The hall went quiet. Lightfoot's ears perked, and she spoke in a voice only I could hear. I hear them hiding. What fun this is going to be! Then, as she stalked down the hallway, she added, I kept telling you to trust me. And that was the start of a very different chapter in the old Victorian house, where sometimes the smallest creatures held the darkest secrets, and sometimes, even the ones you love can be the most dangerous of all. I lay in a dreamy haze as the evening sun stretched across the sky, painting it with wide strokes of pink, gold, and soft peach. The scent of grass filled the air and I let my eyes close, sinking into the comfort of the tartan rug beneath me, the same one that reminded me of cool Scottish nights and stargazing with Jonathan. He had already gone back inside the caravan, but I didn't want to move yet. The air was so warm and gentle, and I felt as if the world was holding me in a quiet, lazy embrace. I decided I would stay out until the stars showed themselves. Somewhere nearby, a television was blaring, the sound carrying through the thin walls of a caravan. There was a man's voice talking loudly, followed by bursts of canned laughter, which faded away as Jonathan's presence became clearer in the background, the kettle rumbling, the sharp whistle of steam, the gentle clatter of plates as he washed up after our tea. I felt a wave of happiness and let it wash over me, drifting further into the peace of that summer evening. After a while, I must have dozed off. When I opened my eyes again, the sky had deepened to a dusky blue, and the windows of our caravan glowed a warm yellow behind the screen door. Classical music drifted out, something familiar but unnamed, one of Jonathan's favorites. I could imagine him reading inside, a glass of wine on the table, brow furrowed in concentration, as always more interested in understanding words than turning them into pictures in his mind. I'd always found that strange, since for me, reading always brought stories to life like films in my head. Venus twinkled above me, bright beside a sliver of new moon, and I told myself I'd wait just a few more minutes to see the stars come out. The television had finally gone quiet, leaving only the music behind, the violin soaring up and filling me with a gentle longing I couldn't name, a desire for something simple, like a soft touch or an affectionate smile. I opened my eyes once more. Now the starlight kissed my skin, and I felt small beneath the endless sky. Somewhere, an owl called, its cry ancient and lonely. The night seemed to thrum with invisible life, as if the grass itself was growing. The urge to crawl into bed next to Jonathan, to hear his quiet breathing, suddenly pulled at me. The thought of his presence was enough to finally make me consider getting up and heading inside. Just as I was about to move, I heard a faint whisper drifting through the air from the line of trees at the edge of the caravan park. I turned my head, heart fluttering, and tried to see who had spoken. At first, I saw nothing except the dark shapes of leaves and branches against the sky. Then the whisper came again, and movement caught my eye, low to the ground, not at the height of a grown person, but close to the earth, like a child or something crouching. I squinted, thinking it might be someone looking for their dog, but I quickly realized I was wrong. There, stepping from the shadows, was a strange little figure, only 2 feet tall, with ears that rose like pointed horns on the sides of its oversized head. Its arms were too long for its body, its legs too short. I watched in frightened silence as it wandered out from under the trees and onto the grass. Its large eyes reflected the light of the stars and the glow from the caravans. It muttered a strange chant I didn't understand, and the words made the hairs on my neck stand up. Suddenly, the chanting stopped, and it stared directly at me. My heart hammered in my chest, and tears sprang to my eyes without warning. I couldn't call for Jonathan, couldn't move at all. My whole body was frozen in fear. The creature took a step closer, its body wrapped in dark, tattered clothing, its mottled skin seeming to shift between gray and green in the twilight. The air was thick with a musky, sweet smell, something like jasmine and damp earth and crushed nettles. It smiled, and its thin lips stretched up far too wide, revealing sharp, glinting teeth. The sight made me gasp and shrink back, feeling utterly helpless. At the sound, the little creature suddenly stepped back, moving awkwardly on bowed legs, and lifted a finger to its lips. "Hush now, child. Don't be frightened. I'm just looking for the moon daisies." Its voice was rough and low, like gravel being rolled by water, but there was something almost kind in the way it spoke. I managed a tiny squeak and shifted as if to get up, not daring to look away. "Hush!" the creature insisted again, raising its hands in surrender. "I mean no harm. I just want the moon daisies." I managed to force out a whisper. "Moon daisies?" My mind struggled to keep up with what was happening. "Yes, I think you're sitting on them," the creature said, gesturing with its long, thin fingers, its voice full of apology. I looked down, realizing I was lying right in the middle of the patch of grass. "Oh, I'm sorry," I stammered. "I'll just move." Even as I spoke, I couldn't take my eyes off it. It looked as if it could tear me apart with one swipe of those hands, or worse, with its teeth. Still, I managed to get up onto my hands and knees, trying to decide if I could make it to the caravan faster than the creature could catch me. My eyes darted to the glowing windows, but before I could move any further, another figure slipped quietly into the clearing. This one was older, her bald head wound around with strands of ivy, her eyes black and gleaming. I let out a small cry and froze, my body refusing to move. The new arrival spoke in a voice as thin and sharp as torn paper. "We just want the moon daisies," she said. "Please move your blanket." I nodded, fear making my hands shake as I tried to gather up the soft tartan rug. The two creatures watched me with unblinking eyes as I stood up, legs trembling, and pulled the rug out of the way. Suddenly, the crone clapped her hands. In the middle of the flattened grass, a ring of heart-shaped leaves appeared and started to spread, swelling up from the ground as if filling with breath. Thin stems reached for the sky, curling as they grew. Buds formed and began to open, hundreds of small, delicate white flowers glowing in the moonlight. The scent washed over me, so sweet and light I forgot to be afraid. It was sweeter than honey, thin and cold like the air at dawn, and made me think of sunlight through leaves and soft rose petals. The smell was so beautiful, so hypnotic, I leaned closer, breathing in deeper and deeper until I was dizzy. I collapsed to my knees and crawled toward the flowers, desperate to be closer, as if they were the only thing that mattered. Just as I reached the edge of the glowing circle, I heard one of the creatures mutter, "Oh dear. I think you're going to have to." Suddenly, Jonathan's voice cut through my dreamlike trance. He was kneeling beside me, his hand warm and familiar on my shoulder. "You're going to have to come in now," he said, and I blinked, my senses flooded with relief and confusion. An owl called from the woods, the stars twinkled overhead, and I realized I was lying with the blanket under my head. I sat up quickly, staring toward the trees and then at the patch of grass where the flowers had been. Jonathan smiled gently. We both nodded off, he said, helping me to my feet. It was the owl that woke me up. I looked around, searching for any sign of what I had seen, but there was only a faint outline where the blanket had been. No sign of the miraculous moon daisies, no footprints, nothing at all except the regular little white daisies curled tight for the night. Jonathan saw me searching and asked, "Have you lost something?" I shook my head, not sure what to say. I fell to my knees again and ran my hands over the cool, dewy grass, half hoping to find some trace of the creatures or the flowers, but all I found were the soft stems of the daisies I'd always known. "I think I had a dream," I whispered. "There were strange little creatures, like goblins, and then these beautiful flowers appeared." Jonathan smiled. "I dreamed I was on a boat. We'd finally saved up enough money for it. Maybe this place has cast a spell on us both. The midsummer air can do strange things." He laughed quietly and picked up the blanket, draping it around my shoulders. "It's just gone midnight. You should come inside now." He put his arm around me and together we walked slowly back to the caravan, the gentle night air wrapping around us. For a moment I thought I smelled that sweet, strange scent again, but then it faded and I was left only with Jonathan's steady warmth beside me, and the feeling of having stepped out of a dream into something softer and just as real. If the moon daisies ever bloomed again, maybe I would be brave enough to follow them, but for now, I was just grateful for the safety and comfort of home, and for the magic that sometimes visited, just on the edge of sleep. Mystical music drifted through the glade, strange and outlandish, blending with swirling lights that hovered in the night air. Wagner blinked, rubbing his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing from his hiding place in the tangled bushes. In front of him, inside a small clearing deep in the forest, danced a group of small, bizarre creatures. At first, Wagner's mind tried to make sense of them. They almost looked like children, but the longer he watched, the more he realized that none of them were human. Some were almost like little people, with familiar faces and hands, but others had strange extra limbs, wings, antennae, and skin that shimmered in impossible colors under the shifting lights. One figure caught his eye, a boy who could have passed for a human child, with blonde hair and a velvet red robe. A small golden crown gleamed on his head. But even at a distance, Wagner saw the boy's eyes glint an unearthly green, the pupils long and vertical, like a cat's. The boy king stood with authority at the center of the clearing, moving with an energy that pulled everyone's attention. He spoke words that Wagner had never heard before, a sharp, quick language that twisted in his ears, but somehow Wagner understood the meaning anyway. The boy king's gestures, a fist to his chest or a wave of his hand, set the others cheering, and the rhythm of the music grew wilder. Wagner's heart pounded as he watched. The music soared, and the strange folk of the clearing, some tall and thin as reeds, others squat and covered in scales, danced in a whirling frenzy around the colored lights. The lights seemed alive, drifting through the crowd, changing from pink to blue to gold and back again. All Wagner could do was stare. All his life, Wagner's grandmother had told him stories about the fair folk, the magical spirits of the woods. He always thought they were just stories, old family traditions to keep children out of trouble. Now, crouched behind the branches, Wagner realized he had stepped straight into one of those stories. He couldn't look away, torn between amazement and an edge of fear that slowly began to creep in. What if these creatures could see him? What if they didn't like being watched? That creeping fear became panic when Wagner accidentally snapped a dry branch beneath his foot. Instantly, the music died away, and every face in the clearing turned towards his hiding place. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The boy king's green eyes locked on Wagner's. Then the boy shouted something, and the entire crowd of beings sprang into motion, surging toward Wagner. He turned and ran. Branches clawed at his arms and face. He leapt over roots, stumbling through the dark, desperate to escape the crowd he imagined chasing close behind. He could barely think, could barely breathe. He only ran, head down, hands flailing, not caring which way he went as long as it was away from the glade and those impossible lights. The forest seemed endless. Wagner's chest burned, his legs trembled, and at last he staggered to a halt, gasping for breath. He looked around for a familiar path, a sign of his grandmother's cottage, but the trees all looked the same. He strained his ears, but the only sound was the breeze through the branches. He straightened and froze. Standing just a few feet ahead was the boy king, watching him with those wide green eyes. "Please don't run," the boy said. His voice was calm, soft but not quite friendly, and something about it made Wagner's heart thud in his chest. Wagner tried to take a step back, but his knees gave way and he landed hard on the forest floor, staring up at the strange figure. The boy raised one hand, and blue light began to glow in his palm. Wagner felt the fear drain from his body, replaced by a heavy warmth, as if he were being wrapped in a soft, thick blanket. "There we go," the boy said gently, though his slitted eyes held no warmth. "We were startled, that's all. I'm sorry we frightened you." Wagner heard his own voice come out thick and slow. "Startled, sorry." He felt oddly sleepy, as if his limbs belonged to someone else. The boy king crouched beside him. "Wagner," he said, and Wagner didn't question how the boy knew his name. "Your grandmother is a dear friend of mine." Wagner nodded slowly. "Dear friend." His head felt heavy, like he was in a dream. "I would very much like to see her again," the boy said. "Do you think she would come to the woods if you were here waiting for her?" Wagner tried to remember the route home, but his mind was blurry and slow. He thought of his grandmother, frail and careful, who never went far from her garden. "Not sure," he mumbled. The boy king's mouth curled in a smile, sharp and strange. "I think she would come, if I sent someone to guide her. I think she would miss her little Wagner muffin." His tone was almost teasing, like he was joking at Wagner's expense. Wagner repeated the words, smiling foolishly. "Wagner muffin." The boy king laughed softly. "Yes, she can come visit. And you can stay with me until she arrives. You would like that, wouldn't you, Wagner?" He tilted his head, the green of his eyes shifting with the light. Wagner let out a sleepy laugh and nodded, barely understanding. "Yes, stay. Wagner muffin." The boy king leaned close and whispered something in a language Wagner's mind could not hold, a soft string of syllables that slipped away as soon as he heard them. The colored lights from the glade returned, swirling above their heads. Wagner watched, and then felt himself being lifted by many small hands, hands that were gentle, but strong and strange. As the world spun around him, Wagner caught one last look at the cat-eyed boy's smile, both beautiful and cold. The lights danced and the trees seemed to sway, and Wagner drifted away into the night, leaving the path home far behind. Otis sat on the toilet, staring at his bare thighs, tracing each blue vein with his tired eyes. They were pale and hairy, the kind of legs that never saw much daylight. He let out a long sigh of relief and wrapped some of the last few squares of toilet paper around his hand. He knew it was the last roll. He checked the coat closet earlier. He wiped and then lingered, scrolling through Instacart on his phone, making a mental list of what he needed: bread, orange juice, maybe a couple bottles of SPF 100 sunscreen, just in case he actually had to step outside. He tossed in some mail for good measure, trying to reach the free shipping. Suddenly, a faint creak echoed through the wall. Otis froze, ears pricked. New neighbors. The walls were thin in this building. He could make out voices, even if he couldn't always tell what they were saying. Pizza, beer, condoms. Otis blushed, his neutral expression twitching into an awkward grin. He flushed the toilet and stood up, the voices getting louder. "Beer," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else, and updated his Instacart cart. It was quiet, then a voice filtered through the wall, clear and close. "Beer?" The question was muffled, but Otis could tell it was directed at him. He turned off the sink and listened. Were they talking to him? He reached for the bathroom doorknob, twisted, and pushed. It didn't give. He twisted harder. You want beer? Came the voice again. Otis's pulse quickened. He pressed the knob again, but it just rattled. Are you okay over there? Said the voice. Otis suddenly needed out. He twisted the doorknob harder, then the wall exploded inward, plaster and wood raining down. Otis stumbled back, wide-eyed, as a fist punched through the wall. The fist withdrew and an eye, bright and young, peered through, attached to a mouth twisted in a smile. Man, pull up your pants. Also, the eye disappeared and a can of beer popped through the hole, landing at Otis's feet. Beer? We're new here. I'm Keller. This is Basil. Hey, said another voice as a second eye appeared in the hole. Hello, Otis stammered, pulling up his shorts. We heard you say beer, Keller said. I heard you say beer, Otis replied. He looked down at the can. Someone's going to have to fix this hole. He stood up, a little shaky, and walked toward the beer. Sorry about that, Keller shouted back. We'll talk to the building manager Monday. Basil's eye winked and vanished. Then a hand appeared, feeling along the wall until it snagged the toilet paper roll. The roll zipped through the hole, quick as a frog snapping up a fly. For the beer, Basil laughed. The hole went dark. Otis stood there for a moment, bewildered, holding his phone in one hand, the beer in the other. He taped up the hole with Scotch tape, then took the beer to bed and watched an old black and white movie. He placed his Instacart order, hoping for a quiet night. A week later, the bathroom wall was nearly gone, the hole widened to person size. Otis's 12 new rolls of toilet paper had disappeared in days, taken by Basil, Thatcher, and Reggie. Keller hosted toilet races at 3 in the morning, sprinting from their bathroom to his, using the broken walls. Otis called the building manager every day, but no one answered. He'd started chaining his bathroom door shut when he wasn't using it. He chained his bedroom door too. There was a bigger hole in the living room now. It was quiet this morning, between 8 and 11. Usually that was the only time. Laurie and Grace had been arguing in his kitchen all night. He hadn't dared go in for water. His mouth was dry. Otis pushed aside the empty peace-offering beers on his bed, pulled on his slippers, and quietly unwound the chain from his bedroom door. The hallway was brighter than he expected, sunlight spilling in from somewhere. He squinted and walked into the living room. A sofa was blocking most of the way, slowly migrating from the other apartment. 4 people were asleep on it: Laurie, Aiden, Reggie, and a new girl. She had neon blue lipstick and sleek black hair, darker than any blackout curtain he'd ever installed. Otis stared at the yawning gap where his living room wall used to be, wondering how many curtains it would take to hide it. On the other side, Gab and Thatcher were slumped in armchairs, Gab in a bikini, Thatcher hugging a bag of Doritos. Otis's Doritos. You like him? The new girl said, her voice soft from the sofa. Otis looked up. Sorry, what? That's Thatcher. You're looking at him, she said, her smile as thin as her sleepy eyes. No, I'm looking at my Doritos. He stole them. She laughed. That's Thatcher, all right. I'm Veronique. She reached out a hand. I'm not really a toucher, Otis said, shaking his head. Veronique tilted her head. I'm from a few doors down. Or I was. There aren't many walls left on this floor. I thought it was just me. Otis frowned. Is your stuff okay? My stuff? She asked. Yeah, I like your things, Otis said, nodding at the Doritos. Oh, my stuff's everywhere. Shoes all over. My toilet paper's gone. Laurie's wearing my earrings. And my grandmother's mirror. She pointed behind Otis. He turned. The mirror was glowing, almost blinding him. Otis shielded his eyes. What the hell? He muttered, ducking away. Grace and Laurie argued about where to put it. Grace thought you'd like some sun, Veronique said, looking him up and down. You are very pale. I am actually allergic to the sun, Otis replied, backing into the kitchen. Laurie said that, but that's not real, right? You just don't like the sun? It's very real, Otis said, staring at a china cabinet where his dining table should be. Where's my table? Corinne had a dinner party. Why don't you stay up with us tonight? Veronique suggested. I like the sun, really. I just can't go in it. Otis looked for the building manager's number. Otis, come on, Thatcher called from the chair. We're friends, dude. You've destroyed my home, Otis said, pulling out his phone. And you took his Doritos, Veronique added. Oh, sorry, man, Thatcher said. This isn't okay. I want my home back. Otis scrolled to the building manager. Otis, you're being kinda douchey, Reggie said, stretching out on the sofa. We're trying to sleep here. You're trying to sleep? Otis repeated, his tone sharp. I haven't slept in a week. Reggie patted the space between him and Aiden. Come nap with us, buddy. No, Otis said, not moving. Otis, you can sit with me, Veronique offered. No, I want you all out. Take your stuff. Give me back my table. No, dude. We're sleeping, Thatcher said. A phone buzzed on the counter. Otis, can you toss me my phone? Laurie groaned. He picked it up. It was the building manager's number. Otis answered. Hello? This isn't Laurie, the manager said. She's asleep. Oh. Tell her I'll see her, Tony. Otis hurled the phone into the china cabinet. Glass exploded, porcelain crashed, shelves fell. Otis? My phone! Laurie sat up, confused. Corinne's going to be pissed about the cabinet, Thatcher said. Veronique stared at Otis, her face sleepy and disappointed. I said get out, Otis said again, louder. He grabbed a glass and flung it through the empty wall into the next apartment. It smashed into a cuckoo clock above Gab's head. The cuckoo stuttered out, but Gab didn't wake. Are you trying to kill Gab? Reggie took a step forward. Calm down, man. That was Keller's grandfather's clock. Otis's mouth twisted into a grin. He snatched a key ring off the counter, jingling it in front of Reggie. Hey, those are mine, Thatcher called. Otis flung them at the mirror. More shards rained down. Screw you, Otis, Veronique said, stepping over the mess. My grandmother left me that. She met his eyes, the hurt obvious. Otis had never felt so alive. He searched for more things to throw. Laurie, Veronique called. Open the curtains. Laurie, Otis echoed, his voice cracking. Get out of my home. Not until you apologize, Laurie said, striding to the window. You broke my screen. She tugged at the curtain. Sunlight stabbed across the room. Otis backed up, cornered by the fridge, the sunlight burning into his bare legs. Well, Otis? Veronique smirked, picking up a shard of mirror and reflecting the light toward him. Otis shielded his face with the fridge door. There was a canister on the counter he didn't recognize. He popped off the lid and closed the fridge. What are you doing, man? Thatcher called. Don't mess with my grandfather's ashes. Otis tipped the urn over his head. Ashes rained down, clinging to his pale skin. The voices around him became a dull roar, angry and confused. Otis stepped into the light, the ashes clinging to him like armor. He was unstoppable. He hurled the empty urn at an open pizza box. What the hell? Reggie shouted. We weren't done with that. Otis stood in the mess and chaos, sunlight burning his skin, ashes in his hair, and for the first time in weeks, he felt completely in control. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Nathaniel came out of the water, his bare back tingling as the sun wrapped around him with warmth, like a soft towel fresh from the dryer. It felt as if Mother Nature herself had draped it over his cold shoulders, holding him like a little boy after a swim. He stood on the sand for a moment, letting the heat soak in, then looked over at Charlotte. She was stretched out on the beach, her skin gleaming in a strappy bikini patterned with the American flag. Nathaniel had tried to sneak that bikini into their donation bin last winter, but somehow, she still had it. Her belly piercing glinted in the sunlight, especially from where Nathaniel was standing, catching the light in just the right way. He stared at it, thinking how it looked like they were really in Santa Monica, even though it was Christmas, not the 4th of July. Charlotte's favorite holiday was Christmas, not the 4th, and Nathaniel hated how happy she got this time of year. She baked cookies everyone loved, smiled at everyone, and on days like this, Nathaniel felt like he faded into the background. Even Gus, their 3-year-old, who Nathaniel had insisted on naming Cornelius, got more attention than he ever did. Whenever Nathaniel hurried down the street with Gus, someone would stop and talk about how adorable or intelligent the boy was, completely ignoring the fact that Nathaniel had once written an article called "What Chess Taught Me About Leadership," or that he spent his days building simulations so lifelike they could fool anyone. He was proud, at least, of how realistic the water felt. He could sense the right kind of buoyancy, the resistance, the temperature. But as he moved to sit down on the blanket next to Charlotte and Gus, he felt grains of sand everywhere. Annoyed, he got back up and started picking them off one by one. "What's the water like?" Charlotte called over to him. He kept working at the blanket, ignoring her. "Hello? Did you not hear me?" she said, propping herself up. "Just calm down," he replied, still focused on removing the grains. She sat up all the way. "You're ignoring me." He kept at it. "You got sand all over this thing. I asked a simple question." "Char," he said, purposely shortening her name the way he knew annoyed her. "Just be happy. Look around. Sun's out. It's a beautiful day. Stop complaining." Charlotte rubbed her eyes behind her heart-shaped sunglasses, the same ones she'd bought years ago to hide the tears he always seemed to cause. "What's the water like?" she asked again, quieter. "Cold." She watched as he kept picking at the blanket, knowing he'd never get all the sand off. "I meant, does it feel like regular ocean water? Just like real water." "Really?" "Absolutely." "Who do you think created it?" "You didn't create it," she pointed out. "You helped work on it. I have a master's in physics. M's an engineer and Daniel's just a coder." "Just a coder?" "It was my vision, Char. Think about all the money I'm saving. No flights, no hotels. Don't you think there's something better about the real thing?" "Yeah, I do." He brushed the sand from his hands right over her chest. Charlotte stood up and angrily wiped herself off, hiding the tears behind those big heart sunglasses. He didn't care about her tears. If anything, her pain made him feel stronger. The less she cried, the weaker he seemed to get. "Can you not clean yourself on the blanket?" he said, still so calm it made her want to scream. She grabbed a cherry cola from the cooler and walked off to the water. Nathaniel went back to fussing with the sand, hyper-focused. "Happy 4th of July to you, too!" he yelled after her. At the shoreline, Charlotte paused. She wondered if the water would behave like the real ocean, if the physics would work. In some way, this was Santa Monica, but not the real Santa Monica, just the simulation, the copy Nathaniel had built. "Are you going to Miami or Miami? She'd had to ask him, just the other day. "Miami." "Why not Miami? He never looked up from his phone. "I'd rather not spend my money." He didn't bother saying he meant their money, not just his own. On all his other simulated trips, Nathaniel had gone alone or with his mother, who loved to remind Charlotte how lucky she was to have married such a genius. She joked that if only she could switch places, she'd be the one married to the smartest, most handsome man alive. Charlotte looked back and saw Nathaniel watching her from the sand. He watched her like a lifeguard, not a husband, alert, evaluating, but detached. If she started to drown, she knew he wouldn't come in after her. A wave knocked her off balance, and she choked on the salty water, coughing as the burn filled her throat. She scrambled back up, relieved to find that the water worked like the real thing. She dove back in, letting the cherry cola fizz in her nose, just to see if the feeling was as real as everything else. She looked down at the American flag swimsuit. It was exactly like her real one, even the fading colors and loose threads. She couldn't remember when she'd actually thrown it away. Beside Nathaniel, Gus wore matching trunks, packing sand into a plastic turtle mold, blissfully unaware of the tension behind him. He scooped up some wet sand and tasted it, spitting it out. The texture reminded him of brown sugar, something his mom would have been using to make gingerbread cookies if they were back home for Christmas. "Cornelius," Nathaniel said, "don't put that in your mouth." Gus watched his mom in the water, drinking soda. Nathaniel always said soda was poison, that it would put you to sleep forever. If that was true, why was she standing up, not lying on the sand asleep? Gus scratched at his arm. An imaginary woman, one Nathaniel said wasn't real, complimented Gus's pink skin, calling him a peach. "She's not real," Nathaniel told him. "She doesn't know what she's saying." Gus's skin itched more. He scratched and scratched, leaving little red marks that made his dad frown. Nathaniel pulled his hands away. "Stop. That's bad for your skin." Gus couldn't help it. He scratched again. Charlotte came back, sweaty and annoyed, slamming her empty can down. "I'm ready to leave. Now." She started rolling up Gus's fleece blanket. "We can't leave yet." Nathaniel glanced at his watch. "Not for another 12 minutes. "Why 12? I set the duration to 3 hours. You can't change it from inside the simulation." Charlotte dropped the blanket and flopped back down, fanning herself. "It's hot. I want to go." "It's only 12 minutes," Nathaniel replied, like that would change anything. She pulled Gus close, talking about how weird it was to celebrate the 4th on Christmas. But then she stopped. "Nathaniel, look! Why is he peeling?" She ran her hand down Gus's back. Nathaniel rubbed his forehead, looking stressed. "You could have put sunscreen on him." Charlotte laughed. "I thought this sun wasn't real." "It isn't. The laws of physics are the same." "Well, I gave you the sunscreen. Why is it my responsibility?" Their voices sharpened, and Gus's face scrunched up, ready to cry. "Cornelius, stop crying," Nathaniel snapped. "His name's not Cornelius," Charlotte fired back. "He's my son. I can call him whatever I want." "You're confusing him." "Gus, baby, it's okay." She poured water from a bottle onto his back. "Your name is Gus, and we're going home soon." A few more minutes crawled by. Charlotte fanned Gus with a magazine. "Why is it so hot?" she demanded. Nathaniel, sweating and huddled in the shade, said, "I don't know. There's a glitch. Some idiot messed up the code. I set it for low 80s. "What idiot? I thought this was your project." "I told you, I only worked on some parts. A lot of people did. If it was just me, this wouldn't be happening." She groaned. "Calm down, it's a sunny day. Just ride it out," Nathaniel said, dumping a water bottle over his head and another into his mouth. He crushed the bottle and reached for the last one just as Charlotte did. "It's for Gus," she argued. "I grabbed it first," he insisted. "You're 48. You've already had 3 waters. You wasted one." He yanked the bottle away and unscrewed the lid. "Don't curse. Look at him. He's panting. I heard you. Pour it in his stupid cup." She held out Gus's little plastic cup. Nathaniel drank from the bottle, draining it dry. "I said don't curse in front of Cornelius." Charlotte felt heat rush to her cheeks. Her sweat was no longer little beads, but a full layer, sticky and thick, running down her body. She yanked off her top and wrung it out over Gus's face. "Put that back on," Nathaniel snapped. "No. I'm dying." She took off her sunglasses, showing the heart-shaped tan lines around her eyes. Gus's hair was matted to his head, the air stifling and heavy. Charlotte imagined the gingerbread cookies baking in the oven, trapped in the same heat, and wondered why Nathaniel hated Christmas so much. 5 more minutes, Nathaniel muttered, splaying himself out under the umbrella. "With you topless, these are going to be the best 5 minutes for every man here." "They're not real," Nathaniel coughed. "Trust me, I know. I mean the people. Look at them. They don't feel the heat." Charlotte pointed to the other beachgoers, swimming, laughing, moving through the water without a care in the world. The ocean bubbled, people floating, not bothered by the boiling air. She cried out for help, but they just smiled at her, unaffected. A woman walked by with lemonade, her glass filled with unmelted ice. "Such a beautiful day, isn't it?" she said, smiling. Charlotte grabbed for the glass, but it shattered in her hand, spraying her with stinging lemonade. A blister formed on her thigh. Gus started to cry. Each second felt like forever. Her skin burned, and Gus lay motionless, blisters forming on his back. His plastic cup had melted. The sand was too hot to stand on, but there was nowhere else to go. The last minute, Nathaniel was barely conscious. Charlotte felt her own mind slipping. She dreamed of ice cubes and cold drinks, as the heat shimmered over the sand. A blister popped, and suddenly, Charlotte felt the weight of the plastic headset on her face. She ripped it off, gasping as the AC cooled her skin. She unbuckled Gus from his chair and pressed him against her chest, his tears cold and real. Nathaniel sat across from her, taking off his own headset. "Before you say anything," he said, raising his hands, "I'm going to fix it." "We are not doing that again," she said. "Next Christmas. It'll be fixed by then." She held Gus tight, his skin cool and safe. "No. It's not like the glitches are fatal," Nathaniel said. "Just a misfire somewhere." "Talk normal," Charlotte snapped. "I'll fix it. Free vacations for life." "We're not doing that again." "Then you'll never leave Missouri again." "I can buy my own plane ticket," Charlotte said, giving Gus a water bottle from the mini fridge. "Planes are more dangerous. Statistically." Nathaniel started tinkering with the wires. "Next year, it'll be fixed." All of January, Nathaniel locked himself in his lab, working on the machine. Charlotte could hear him muttering from the living room as she helped Gus with homework. One day in early February, Nathaniel came into the living room. "I know it's not Valentine's Day yet, but I have a surprise. I'm not getting in that thing again. I don't even like Santa Monica. We're not going there. Pismo Beach. Just for a week. I need a vacation." "What was the problem anyway?" "It's complicated. You need a physics background." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "It's going public in a year. I need it to be user-friendly." "Are we talking Pismo Beach or Pismo Beach?" "Pismo Beach. Clearly." She turned back to the TV. "Well, have fun. You're coming, Char. The glitch is gone. Gus has school. Cornelius can take a week off." Charlotte waited a few days, then finally agreed. "Just for an hour." "An hour," Nathaniel promised. She called Gus in. "It's just an hour." As soon as they entered the lab, Gus started crying. "No, I don't want to do that thing again. It won't be like last time," Nathaniel said. "I promise." Gus clung to Charlotte, but Nathaniel strapped him in anyway and put the headset over his face. He put on his own and everything went dark. "Ready?" he asked. "I don't know," Charlotte admitted. "I'm scared." "Just put your headset on." "Okay?" Charlotte took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Nathaniel pressed the button and the world shifted. Sand, sun, everything started up. But Charlotte didn't put her headset on. She watched Gus, who whimpered, his face wet with tears. She took off his headset and held him close. "You didn't put your head thing on," he said, sniffling. "Dad needs some alone time," Charlotte whispered. "When's he gonna be back?" She looked at the control panel. It wasn't as complicated as Nathaniel made it sound. She saw the settings: duration, destination, weather. She turned the weather dial up to 115 degrees. Nathaniel's body curled in his chair, his face twisted in pain. "How about till the end of the year?" Charlotte said, holding Gus tight. "After Christmas." You buried 7 wild seeds under your pillow last night, not because you really believed in any old magic, but just because your grandmother used to talk about it. It was supposed to be a tradition, she said, for those whose family was blood-bound. You'd always laughed it off, but maybe you just wanted to feel close to something, or someone, you'd lost. Maybe you hoped the act would fill the emptiness inside you for at least a night. Still, before you closed your eyes, you whispered your wish into the darkness. You kept your words soft and careful, like you didn't want the universe to hear too clearly. Deep inside, you didn't really expect anything to happen. You never truly believed. That first night, it was only the smell that seemed unusual. It wasn't the fresh, crisp scent of spring flowers. It was the heavy, earthy scent of wet soil, like a forest floor after a storm, a little sour, almost alive. At first, you thought maybe you tracked in mud on your shoes or maybe the dog had brought something in, but when you checked, the carpet was spotless. You shrugged it off and pushed it from your mind. But the next morning, when you woke up, you found a strange smudge under your pillow, dark and moist, like a little clump of garden soil pressed into the fabric. You stared at it for a long time, thinking it was just a weird accident, maybe from dirty hair or something left on your hands. You tossed the pillowcase in the wash and tried not to worry about it. But that evening, the dirt was back. This time, it wasn't just a stain. It had spread out in a perfect ring across your bedsheets, so cleanly outlined that it almost looked like someone had traced a circle there. As you stared, you saw a thin, wiggling line running right through your mattress, as if something had burrowed through it during the night. When you pressed your hand down on the line, the spot felt oddly warm, almost like it was breathing. Your heart hammered in your chest, but you tried to brush away the dread crawling up your spine. The wish you'd made had been simple. You wanted him to come back. You didn't say who. You didn't need to. The ache in your chest was enough. The earth, it seemed, always knew. That night you couldn't sleep at all. You left the light on, pulled your blanket up to your chin, and put music on your phone just to distract yourself. You kept telling yourself, "One more night and this will all be over." But deep down, you felt a cold dread in your bones. At exactly 3:12 in the morning, you woke up, your heart thudding as if someone had whispered your name. At first, you thought you'd imagine the noise, but then you saw it. The dirt had changed again. Thin, ghostly vines had crawled up from under your bed, twining around the headboard and stretching across the frame. Small, white flowers, pale as bones and even more fragile, shivered in the darkness. They almost seemed to be breathing with you, their petals trembling each time you exhaled. There was a soft, low hum in the air, too faint to be music, but rhythmic and steady. You couldn't tell if the flowers were singing or if it was just your own pulse echoing in your ears. The air in the room was thick with the smell of earth, rain, and something older, something like rot but not entirely unpleasant. You tried not to breathe too deeply. Then, just as you started to sit up, you felt a cold, crawling presence moving under your bed. You didn't hear words, exactly, but you felt a pressure deep inside your head, pressing behind your eyes and into your jaw. A presence, as if someone or something was staring out at you from behind your thoughts. You knew it was him. Before he vanished, your older brother had become obsessed with your grandmother's old notebooks, the ones filled with stories and rituals and strange warnings written in careful, looping letters. He'd found something about soil wishes, a kind of secret magic that ran in your family. Grandma always said every seed remembered who planted it, and that the earth could grow toward grief just as surely as it grew towards sunlight. He started acting differently, drawing symbols on mirrors, talking to the dirt in the backyard, keeping his window open even when the rain came in. He'd come to breakfast with mud under his fingernails and strange red scratches along his arms and neck. He stopped texting you. His skin went thin and papery, his voice faded. He spent more and more time in the woods, coming home only to stare into space. One night, he was just gone. His room locked from the inside, the window sealed shut. No sign of a struggle. Only a patch of black dirt on his sheets. That was 6 months ago, and nobody could tell you what happened to him. Last night, you buried the same kind of seeds under your pillow, just like he had. Same part of the woods. Same sick feeling in your stomach. You told yourself it was nothing, just a tradition, just a way to say goodbye. But now, in the dark, you swear you can smell the shampoo he always used, the one that smelled faintly of mint and rainwater. At school, you start to change. You find dirt under your fingernails, black and thick. Soil dribbles from your locker when you open it, and a classmate whispers that you must be going goth. One of your teachers writes a note on your test, asking you to see her after class. When you're sent home for acting out your grief in disturbing ways, nobody seems to notice the faint bruises blooming on your arms, the ones shaped like long, bony fingers. Nobody sees the little white flower that grows in your throat every morning. You snip it out with your scissors and flush it before your mom wakes up. You eat less and less. It's not that you're hungry or sad, it's just that the roots seem to feed off you instead, soaking up every ounce of energy until you feel hollow and tired. On the third day, your dreams are full of impossible things. You're standing in a field, and where the wildflowers should be, there are rows and rows of open mouths, all chanting a single word: return. You wake up, gasping, to find more soil on your pillow, and a single seed wedged in your ear. You quietly dig it out and, without knowing why, swallow it. By the fifth day, you realize the dirt is trying to tell you something. It doesn't use words. It moves through you in flashes of memory. A hand on your shoulder, the laughter of your brother on a summer night, the taste of wild berries in the backyard. On your walk to the park, the trees bend their branches towards you. A black cat crosses your path and blinks at you in the exact rhythm your brother used to knock on the door. Two slow, one fast. You whisper his name into the wind, and for a moment, the wind whispers back. When you get home, you find a note taped to the underside of your desk drawer. The handwriting is shaky but familiar. He's still here. Underneath. Feed him hope. You stare at it, trying to remember if you wrote it, or if he did. Lately, your memory feels thin and patchy, like pages missing from a book. That night, you can't bring yourself to sleep in the bed. You curl up on the floor instead, hoping that will keep you safe. But it doesn't matter. The vines find you anyway. They slip across the floor and wrap around your wrist, humming a lullaby you haven't heard since you were small. On the sixth day, you hear it, the breathing. It starts softly, a slow in and out that isn't yours. It comes from inside the walls, from the dark under your bed, from somewhere deep in your lungs. It matches your heartbeat, speeding up when you're scared, slowing when you're sad. Sometimes it comforts you. Sometimes it terrifies you. You try to tell yourself it's only him, only your brother, but deep inside you know it might be something else, something wearing his memory like a mask. You stop going to school. Nobody calls to check on you. The vines bloom again, but this time their flowers have teeth, translucent, glistening fangs lining each petal. When you touch one, it bites you, drawing blood. The flower drinks, and you let it. You're becoming part of the garden, part of whatever is growing here. At 2 o'clock in the morning, you wake to find yourself walking out to the woods, barefoot and shivering, a shovel gripped tight in your hand. You don't remember picking it up, but your feet know where to go. The earth leads you, the scent of soil stronger with every step. You start to dig. Not where you planted the seeds, but somewhere deeper, older, a place that feels ancient and full of secrets. After what feels like hours, your shovel hits something soft. You drop to your knees and dig with your hands. It's a sleeve, faded and familiar. You pull it up and recognize your brother's old hoodie. When you press it to your face, it still smells like him. As you squeeze the fabric, a single black seed falls into your palm, warm and pulsing. You slip it into your pocket. It wriggles, alive. On the last night, you don't bother making a wish. The dirt already knows what you want. At exactly 3:12 in the morning, the vines have built something beside your bed. Not just a shape, a person. Him, or what's left of him. Roots wind through a frame made of bones and breath. Flowers open in his hollow eyes. Mud clings to the corners of his mouth. His skin is thin and pale, almost like bark. When he kneels down beside you, the whole room seems to tilt, as if gravity itself bends to him. He opens his mouth, and thick soil pours out, spilling over the floor. 7 seeds drop from his hand and scatter at your feet. He points at your chest. You nod. You understand. He hasn't come back to you, you're going to him. In the morning, your room is empty. No footprints. No fingerprints. Nothing out of place except for 7 white flowers resting softly on your pillow, swaying as if a gentle breeze is blowing through them. And underneath your bed, there's a hole, perfectly carved, the earth inside still warm. And nobody ever finds you again. Asta watched from a distance, longing and hurt swirling together, as she stared at the beautiful young woman laughing at the center of the crowd. The woman's dress was bright white, the lace shining against her long, silky black hair that spilled over her shoulders like ink. And he, Asta's oldest friend, couldn't take his eyes off her. Lately it seemed he was always watching her, his face lit with happiness and something deeper. It made Asta's stomach twist in ways she hated, a dull ache that she could never ignore. He had never looked at Asta like that, not in all the years they'd known each other. They had been inseparable as children, but now he hardly noticed her at all, and when he did, it was only in passing. He was always by that woman's side, or talking about her, singing her praises. Asta felt like she had become nothing but a shadow, a leftover, a footnote in someone else's story. She looked down at the red dress she wore, pulling at the fabric as it clung to her skin. The dress was too tight, cut too low, and everyone else at the festival wore loose, flowing clothing. But she didn't care if people whispered or looked her way with raised eyebrows, she just wanted him to notice her. It didn't matter that the woman in white was chosen as the belle of the solstice festival this year, the one who would wear white and marry the sun to the earth, in their old tradition. It was a special role, given to a new girl each year, except for the 2 years when darkness and grief kept the village from celebrating at all. Those years were only stories for Asta, she'd been too young to remember. But she knew all about being left behind, about waiting for happiness that never came. The festival quieted as he led the woman in white up onto the wooden stage. The crowd watched as the first rays of morning sunlight crept across the horizon. Then the woman began to sing, her voice low and lovely, flowing over everyone like honey. Some people closed their eyes and swayed, others just stood silently. But Asta kept her eyes open, even though the sight hurt. The woman looked like something from a storybook, an angel come to test the rest of them, perfect and distant, beautiful but dangerous. Asta felt small and clumsy in her red dress, suddenly aware of every thread out of place, every part of her that was too much or not enough. When the ceremony ended, Asta saw the two of them laughing together, their hands brushing in ways that made her heart ache even more. They wanted to hold each other, to let everyone see how happy they were, but they both knew the villagers would talk. So they kept their distance, but the love between them was obvious. Asta stared at her dress again, heat flooding her cheeks. She knew people were watching her, too, judging, whispering behind their hands, trying to pretend they weren't. Not once did he glance in her direction. She felt the urge to run away, to leave the festival and hide. But before she could slip away, one of her friends from the village spotted her and waved. "You look beautiful, Asta!" her friend called out, smiling warmly. Asta forced a smile back. "Thank you," she replied, but her eyes kept drifting back to him and the woman in white. Her friend followed her gaze, and the light in her eyes faded, replaced by something closer to pity. Asta felt sick at the sight of it. Trying to cover her embarrassment, Asta blurted out, "Honestly, I liked Greta's song last year better. She really has a gift." Her friend's smile tightened. "Oh? I think both songs were lovely," she said politely but firmly. Asta shrugged. "I'm just not in the mood to celebrate this year. I think I'll go home early." She stared at the ground, not wanting to meet her friend's eyes. "Are you feeling all right?" her friend asked, her voice soft with concern. "I'm fine, really. I just want to be at home." Asta lied, glancing away as the woman in white moved closer through the crowd. "Well, okay," her friend said, surprised by her abruptness. "Take care. I'll see you tomorrow." Asta gave a hurried wave and slipped through the festival, her heart pounding. She needed space, not just air. She wanted to be somewhere nobody could see her, where the ache in her chest could spill out without anyone watching. She headed into the forest, following a path she knew well, one that led to a small, sunlit clearing far from the music and laughter. The woods were cool and damp, shadows trailing over her bare arms, raising goosebumps. In the clearing, tree stumps sat in the grass like forgotten seats. She chose one where a patch of sunlight fell through the leaves and sat down, wrapping her arms around herself. At last, the tears she'd been holding back slipped out. She stared at the ground, letting her sadness soak in, letting herself be as small and broken as she felt. She didn't hear the woman approach until a voice spoke quietly behind her. "What's wrong, child?" Asta's head jerked up. "Nothing," she said, wiping at her tears with the back of her hand. The woman wore a long black coat, the hood pulled low over her face. She sat down on a stump beside Asta, calm and patient. "Is that so? When we cry, it's almost always for someone else, a friend, an enemy, someone we love. Who is it for you?" Asta sniffled and looked away. "It's for a friend," she whispered. "A friend who doesn't care about my love, no matter how much I give him. He's been taken from me by someone else, a girl who only wants to escape her own life by using him. They're going to get married, and he'll be trapped with her. Only I know what she's really after. Nobody else can see it." The woman tilted her head, her voice soft but certain. "That's not the truth. You want him for yourself." Asta stiffened, flustered. "What? No, you've got it all wrong. I'm married, and my husband loves me. I'm only worried for my friend, that's all." The woman's mouth curved in a faint smile. "Of course, I must be mistaken." There was something playful in her tone that made Asta uneasy. Still, the woman continued. "I can help you if you want." Asta looked at her warily. "How?" "I'm a witch," the woman said matter-of-factly. "I know many spells." Asta blinked, uncertain whether to laugh. But something about the woman felt real, ancient, almost dangerous. "Go on," she said finally. "For you, a replacement spell would work. I can replace the girl with you. She would disappear, and your friend would see you as he sees her." Asta's heart fluttered with hope and a little fear. "She would be gone, and he would love me instead?" The witch nodded. "Yes. He would look at you the way you've always wanted." Asta tried not to smile, but the idea was too perfect. Maybe, just once, the world could be fair. "What do I have to do?" The witch pulled a tiny vial from her coat, filled with thick white liquid. "Make sure she drinks this tonight. Then meet me back here at dawn." Asta took the vial, careful not to drop it. "What's your name?" The witch just laughed. "Call me the witch." Asta stood and curtsied, her nerves buzzing. "Thank you, witch." "Don't thank me yet, child. I'll see you in the morning." That night, as the festival began to wind down, Asta returned and offered a toast in honor of the sun greeter. The woman in white, her rival, smiled and toasted her back, not knowing her drink was laced. "To my beautiful friend, Asta. May our friendship be blessed and may we always keep darkness away." She drank every drop. At dawn, Asta hurried to the clearing. The witch was there, and the girl in white lay unconscious and tied to a stone altar that hadn't been there before. The witch looked up as Asta stepped forward. "Good morning, Asta." Asta stared, confused and afraid. "Did the spell not work? Why is she here?" "The spell is almost complete," the witch replied. "But there's one last thing you must do. You have to eat her." Asta went cold. "What do you mean?" "Exactly that," the witch said, pulling a butcher knife from her coat. "Undress her, trim her hair, build a fire. You must do it yourself if you want to become her." Asta's hands shook as she took the knife. The witch would not help. It had to be Asta, or the spell wouldn't work. She tried not to think, just moving on blind hope for a better life. It took hours, more than she thought possible. The witch waited, silent on a stump. When Asta finally finished, sick and exhausted, the witch warned her she must keep it all down, no matter how much her body rebelled. By the time she passed out, night had fallen. When she woke up, the sun was shining and birds were singing. The witch was gone. On the altar lay a body, her own old body. It had worked. She touched her hair, smooth and black, and felt tears of joy prick her eyes. She spun in circles, feeling light and beautiful, her dreams within reach at last. She hurried back through the forest, humming to herself, eager to see him. At the edge of the trees she saw a crowd. The village had gathered, searching for her and her old self. When she stepped out, he rushed to her side and pulled her into his arms. "I was so worried about you," he said, his voice trembling. "You and Asta both disappeared after the festival." Asta quickly came up with a lie, telling him she had been sick and barely remembered the night. The villagers were relieved, though her old husband's face haunted her, wild and desperate as he begged for news of Asta. She could only shake her head, pretending not to know anything. She let herself be led away, her new hand clasped in his. She didn't look back until they were halfway to the village, and then she whispered a silent goodbye to her old life. Everything she wanted was ahead of her now. But happiness did not last. When they found the body in the woods, the whole village mourned. Her old husband wept so loudly that people heard him for days. Even her new love grew quiet and withdrawn, and for a time, Asta was flattered by how deeply the village grieved for her old self. She thought maybe she was finally loved. But that feeling faded, as feelings always do. Even the love between her and him changed. She wasn't the same girl he had loved, and soon, he looked at her with confusion, even suspicion. She tried to bury her memories, but nightmares haunted her every night. The knife, the blood, the smell of burnt flesh, her own face twisted in pain. She lived in a house full of reminders, her old journals, her old clothes, letters and drawings. Sometimes she picked up her journal but could not bring herself to open it. Somewhere deep down, she knew what she feared, that their love had been real, and that she had been the one to destroy it. He started looking at her like she was a stranger. "You haven't been the same since Asta died," he said quietly one day. "I'm worried about you. I don't know what to do." She forced a smile. "There's nothing you can do. This is just who I am now." But he didn't smile back. His face was as hard as stone, and her heart broke. She knew he would never leave her, not even now. That wasn't the kind of man he was. He would stay out of loyalty, but not for love. In the end, she knew what she had to do. She had become something terrible, born from dark magic and jealousy. She didn't deserve happiness or forgiveness. He was already grieving, though he didn't realize it. So one morning, she packed a small bag and walked into the forest, returning to the clearing where everything had changed. There, she gathered poison mushrooms, filling her bag with as many as she could find. Sitting on the same stump as before, she ate them all, ignoring the taste, ignoring the fear, letting her tears fall as her throat burned and her vision blurred. As the sunlight streamed through the trees, just as it had that first day, she whispered her last words to the sky. "Forgive me, Anya, my sister." She looked up from the letter, her hands trembling just a little, and fixed the lawyer with a confused stare. "I don't know who this is. Why would he tell me something like this?" she asked quietly, her mind still racing from the note she just read. The lawyer only shrugged, his face apologetic. "I honestly don't know, Ms. Adams. Your grandfather left specific instructions for me to give you that note, and the keys to the farm after the reading of the will. That's all I was told. Thank you for everything," she said, gathering her things. "I need to get going. It's a long drive from Atlanta out to the farm." She stepped out into the sunlight, her mind swirling. The drive itself was peaceful, a blur of narrow, winding country roads and miles of gentle green fields. The sky was wide and endless, and the world felt quiet as she drove. She hadn't visited the farm in a few years, and while she was glad to see the old place again, a heavy sadness settled in her chest. It wasn't the same now, not without her grandfather. The place would feel empty, she knew, and she tried to brace herself for the loneliness that was sure to come with every familiar sight. She reminded herself that at least the place wasn't a working farm anymore. It hadn't been since his first heart attack. He just couldn't keep up with the labor after that. She arrived right at sunset, the sky glowing gold behind the old house. Like so many old men, her grandfather had been stubborn about change. Everything was exactly as it had been when she was a little girl. She stepped through the door and paused in the kitchen, letting the memories wash over her. She remembered sitting at the table, working through math problems or spelling words while her grandfather cooked dinner. She glanced through the doorway at the faded old couch in the living room and could almost hear his voice yelling at the TV on Saturday afternoons, cursing the referees during college football games. The guilt of all the years away caught up with her in that moment, a heavy weight in her chest. She sat there for a while, lost in thought, and after a few glasses of wine, she finally got up and made her way to her old bedroom. She woke suddenly in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps, soft, almost careful, but definitely inside the house. Was it Charlie? For a split second she panicked. She had left her ex a while back, but he was unstable, unpredictable. He'd always made her nervous. Her heart thudded as she reached into the nightstand and pulled out the 9mm she kept there. She flicked the safety off and listened. The footsteps would pause for a few moments, then start up again, moving through the house. She thought she heard them in the kitchen, maybe fiddling with something on the counter. She crept out of bed, barely breathing, determined not to make a sound. If Charlie was here, she had to surprise him. He was strong and she knew that if she didn't get the jump on him, she'd be in trouble. She could picture him now, maybe standing by the knives, deciding which one to use. Her heart pounded in her throat. She pressed herself against the hallway wall, steeling her nerves. She double-checked the safety, counted to 3, and spun through the doorway, gun raised. But the kitchen was empty. There was no sound, no one. She checked the whole house, her nerves stretched thin. No broken glass, no open doors, nothing under the beds or in the closets. She forced herself to breathe. Maybe she dreamed it, she thought. Maybe it was a mouse. She clicked the safety back on and made a mental note to find some mouse traps in the morning. The next day was filled with old photo albums, the smell of frying bacon, and the comforting feeling of wandering through the rooms she'd once known so well. She found sticky pads in the pantry and set them out, just in case something really was scurrying around at night. The flower beds outside were a mess, but she pulled on some old clothes and went to work, pulling weeds and turning the soil. By the end of the day, she felt sore but satisfied. Dinner that night was simple, a glass of sweet tea and a thick tomato sandwich, the tomato picked straight from the garden, still warm from the sun. After that, she sprawled out on the old couch and fell asleep, content for the first time in days. She was woken again by the sound of footsteps. This time, there was a strange, slapping noise, sharp and irregular. It took her a moment to realize it was the sticky pads snapping on the kitchen floor. Something had stepped into them, something big, by the sound of it. She jumped up, heart racing, and rushed into the kitchen. The slapping noise grew louder and more frantic. She flicked the light on and stared in shock. There, rolling across the kitchen floor, was a little man trapped in the sticky pads. He couldn't have been more than 1.5 feet tall. He wore tiny black boots, brown pants with suspenders, and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His white beard was bushy, though a good portion of it was now plastered to the sticky pad, and his hair was a horseshoe of long white tufts circling a bald scalp. Without thinking, she rushed to help him. He had managed to get almost every part of himself tangled in the sticky traps. As she tried to peel one away, he yelled, "God damn it! You're going to take my damn skin off! Sorry! Oh my God, I'm so sorry, sorry!" she stammered, feeling terrible as the sticky pad pulled free. "Shit! There went half my beard!" he wailed. She finally got the last pad off and set the little man on the counter. He jumped down and danced around the kitchen, cursing, swearing, pounding his little fists on the cabinets. She just stared at him, her mind blank with shock. Pointing at her, he snapped, "What in the hell is wrong with you? There aren't any rats or bugs in this house. Why the hell would you put those traps out? She could only stare at him, speechless. Who are you? Why are you in here? What is going on? She finally managed to say. Eleazar, goddammit. I'm Eleazar, he grumbled. Eleazar? You're Eleazar? You're the one from the note? She asked, feeling dizzy. He put his hands on his hips. Come again? She explained. The note, the lawyer gave it to me, from Grandad. It just said, his name is Eleazar. Buy green apple pipe tobacco. That's all. He shrugged. Oh, yeah, that's me. I appreciate you buying it. I snuck in here last night and got some. She just blinked, lost for words. Who are you? She asked again. Oh, right, he never told you, Eleazar said, shaking his head. Told me what? She pressed. I live in the woods out back. I look after the place, he said simply. What? She repeated, still trying to process what was happening. I was here before your granddad. When he moved in, we struck a deal. I'd watch over the place, and in return I could take some crops and things I needed from around the property. She stared at him, trying to understand. Grandad had a live-in dwarf security guard he never told me about. Eleazar tugged at his beard, grumbling. I'm not a damn dwarf. I'm a gnome. I used to be a farmer right here. Had a neighbor, a real nasty woman. Her cows got loose, started eating my corn. I couldn't afford to lose much. It was the Depression. So I shot the cows. Turns out she was a witch. She cursed me, said since I loved my land so much, I could take care of it forever. Now I live in a big tree out in the woods. So you're like a fairy? Or a leprechaun or something? She asked, her head spinning. He scowled. No, I'm not a fairy. I'm a gnome. I watch over the woods, the land, everything. She pressed her fingers to her forehead, feeling the start of a headache. Why didn't he tell me? I lived here my whole childhood. Why keep it a secret? Eleazar shrugged. Would you have believed him if he told you a mythical woodland creature lived on your property? He gave her a knowing look. She thought about it. I guess I can see why he didn't. He nodded and walked over to the counter. Now, could you hand me my bag of pipe tobacco? Now that we're acquainted, I can take it home. She found the bag, handed it over, and watched as he slung it over his shoulder. Get some sleep, gal. I'll swing by in the morning and we'll talk, he said, and with that, he disappeared out the back door. That night, she hardly slept at all. Her mind spun with fear, excitement, and pure confusion. When morning came, she dragged herself to the kitchen and made the strongest coffee she could manage. She wandered out to the porch, the air still cool with dew but thick with Georgia humidity, and flopped down on the porch swing. She watched the sunlight slowly break through the trees, making the grass sparkle. A voice startled her from her thoughts. Hope you don't mind, she screamed, nearly dropping her coffee. Jesus! What is wrong with you? Eleazar grinned. You're a lot jumpier than your granddad. She scowled. Maybe take that into account before you just show up out of nowhere next time. He sipped from a tiny coffee cup. Can do. Saw you were up, figured we'd finish our talk. She took a deep breath. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this. You said you watch over the farm, but how? You're tiny. He just looked at her, then walked across the porch to a holly bush. He touched one of the leaves with his fingertip, and before her eyes the holly bush shifted, branches twisting until it became a magnolia. He plucked a blossom and brought it back to her. She stared at him, stunned. How did you do that? Told you I'm a gnome. Which is magic, he said with a smirk. She tried to collect herself. Maybe it's not that big a deal. I can always move. I'll just buy some land down the road. He just shook his head, sipping his coffee again. You'd have to go a lot farther than that if you're looking for normal. What do you mean? He shrugged. Ever wondered why there aren't any other towns near Vespucci, Georgia? There's a lot more here than just a witch and a gnome. She frowned, worry flickering in her chest. Is the witch still around? He nodded. Probably. But I wouldn't worry about her. I can handle her. I have a book at my house to show you, by the way. It's about the agreement I made with your grandfather. Curiosity overcame her worry, and she followed Eleazar into the woods. The trees seemed to move aside for him, thorns and vines slithering out of the way. Sometimes he spat on the ground and wildflowers bloomed where it landed. They crossed a creek, and after a long walk, they reached a huge, ancient tree. One side was hollowed out like a little house. Birds hopped down to greet him, and he produced seeds and worms from thin air. He even healed a squirrel, its leg mending instantly under his touch. Eleazar waved his hand and a rock rolled away, revealing a tiny doorway into the trunk. He squeezed inside, and she crawled in after him, surprised to find the ceiling higher than she expected. He produced a little handmade book, its pages full of tiny writing. She squinted at the pages. I can't see a thing. The light is terrible. He nodded. The writing's small. Let's lay it by the fire, and you can get close. She spun around, stretching out on her stomach in front of the fire, and leaned in to read the book. It's blah, she started to say, but her words caught in her throat. Suddenly, a hot liquid splashed across her neck. It ran down into her airway, and she tried to gasp, but the burn was too deep, too sharp. She couldn't breathe. She was choking. She felt fire across her throat, her heart hammering, her eyes filling with pain and confusion. That's because there's not going to be any deal between you and me, Eleazar said, his voice cold. This is my land. The original agreement was for life. I don't think your granddad realized it was just his life. You should never have come home, girl. She stared up at him as her vision faded, the world tilting, her eyes wide with shock and betrayal. Eleazar watched her for a moment, his expression strangely regretful. Damn it, he muttered to himself. Why did I do it inside? Ramina looked at her older brother with doubt in her eyes, brushing away a branch that snagged in her hair as she asked, Are you sure it's this way? Her tone was half joking, half serious, and she nudged him with her elbow. Because if it's not, you'll be the one doing all the cleaning when we get back, she teased. It had been hours since the three siblings, Samuel, Ramina, and Itchen, had found anything valuable on their treasure hunt. They had spent their day following rumors and old stories, wandering deeper and deeper into the quiet woods, hoping to find something that would finally make the search worthwhile. Itchen kept his eyes on the twisting trees all around them, not bothered by his sister's jokes. Patience, Ramina. Let the boy show us the way, he said. Itchen was the eldest, strong and confident, with a presence that kept his younger siblings moving forward even when their courage faltered. Samuel, though only 18, felt the weight of his siblings' expectations. He gripped his torch and led the way, eager to prove himself. Sweat clung to his back, and every step made him more determined to get this right. Yes, I'm sure about this, Samuel insisted, swatting a bug from his cheek. I saw the temple yesterday, just over that rise. We're close now. He tried to sound certain, but the silence of the forest unnerved him. Every branch twisted like a serpent overhead, and not even the birds made a sound. Itchen laid a hand on Samuel's shoulder, stopping him mid-step. He held up his fist as a signal to wait. In front of them, the path sloped down toward a pond, and beyond it stood a decaying old church, covered in moss and red-stained vines. Doesn't this place seem strange to you? Itchen said, turning to look at his siblings. We've walked for hours, but there's not a single animal sound. Are you sure this is the right spot, Samuel? He held his axe a little tighter, eyes constantly searching the shadows. Samuel paused, his nerves stretched thin. He felt a cold, slithering whisper in his ear, a voice only he could hear. Come to me, it hissed. Samuel's whole body shivered. He almost said he wanted to turn back, but Ramina was already moving ahead. There's nothing here but that creepy church, he mumbled, glancing over his shoulder. Ramina, never one to hesitate, planted her boot against the old church door. No thank you. I have a better idea, she said, and with one kick, the door crashed open. The sight inside made them all freeze. The church's wooden pews were covered in blood, and the bodies of people lay ripped open, their insides spilling across the floor. The walls were stained, and at the front of the church stood a strange, headless statue with a moonlight shape atop its neck. Samuel was rooted to the spot, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. Sweat stung his eyes, but he was too terrified to blink. Itchen's steady hand nudged him forward. "Let's just get what we need and leave. The faster, the better," Itchen said quietly. Samuel hated being in that horrible place. He could hardly look at the headless corpses, arranged like an audience facing the strange statue. He crept forward, his breath shaky. "Hey! Sammy! Itchen! I found something!" Remina's voice came from behind the statue. Samuel followed her, passing by the silent figure with the moon above its shoulders. She was already heading down a staircase hidden behind it. Downstairs in a dark, musty basement, a silver coffin rested on a stone table. It gleamed brighter than anything else in the room, as if it were made from pure moonlight. "This will have to do," Remina said with a grin. Itchen nodded, clapping his hands together. "All right, let's take it and go." Samuel felt uneasy as he reached out to help. The silver was icy cold. "Come to me, boy," the voice whispered again. His head throbbed, and his heart pounded in his chest. Suddenly, the torch slipped from his hand, but Remina grabbed him by the sleeve before he could collapse. "What's wrong with you? Snap out of it," she said, yanking him to his feet. "Don't you care if someone's in there?" Samuel whispered, staring at the coffin. "No, and I don't care. If it's shiny, it's valuable, and it's all ours," Remina replied. She gave him a little shove, and the three siblings began dragging the heavy coffin back the way they had come, following the narrow trail toward the road. As they struggled uphill, the whisper in Samuel's mind returned, scratching at the inside of his skull. "Come here, Samuel. Come to me." He tried to block it out, shaking his head, but the voice only grew louder. "Stop it!" he cried out, smacking his ears. Itchen and Remina stopped, worry flickering in their eyes. Itchen came closer. "Are you all right, Sam?" Samuel tried to shrug it off. "Yeah, I'm fine. That place just got to me, I guess." Itchen pressed his fist to Samuel's chest. "You remember what you promised me?" Samuel forced a smile. "That I wouldn't run away." "Good. Let's keep moving," Itchen said. They all knew that running wasn't an option, not when things got hard. Night fell, and the moon rose high and yellow over the woods. As they struggled with the coffin, a wagon appeared on the muddy road below. Remina's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I have an idea," she whispered, then punched Samuel in the stomach, sending him rolling down the slope. He landed hard in front of the wagon, winded. "Whoa!" the driver shouted, reining in his horse as it whinnied nervously. Remina and Itchen sent the coffin sliding down after him. The wagon driver, an old man with a tired face, scrambled down to help Samuel. "Are you hurt? Where did you come from?" he asked. Samuel could barely whisper. "Run away." But the old man's eyes widened, not at Samuel, but at the coffin behind him. Before anyone could react, Itchen appeared, blade drawn, pressing it to the old man's throat. "You're going to help us carry this, old man," he whispered, grinning as the old man's hands trembled. "You're the key to getting us out of here." The horse was frantic, kicking and pulling at the reins. The old man mumbled a prayer. "Forgive me, God," and glanced around, desperate to escape. But just as they tried to load the coffin, a cold wind swept through the road. Samuel looked down and saw the coffin was empty. Holding his torch above it, he saw nothing but darkness. Itchen looked to his right. The old man was gone, but blood covered the wagon seat. The horse broke free, bolting into the woods with a wild scream. Samuel stared in horror as slurping noises echoed from somewhere nearby. He shouted, "Itchen! Remina!" Not far from where he stood, a puddle of blood spread across the ground. Samuel edged closer, torch shaking in his hand, and saw a creature hunched over something. Its skin was black and smooth, and its head was bald. When the torchlight touched it, the creature turned, revealing wide, yellow eyes that glowed in the moonlight. "Come here, Samuel." The voice inside his mind grew stronger. The creature's long arms reached toward him. Samuel couldn't move. He was paralyzed. Then, with a cry, Itchin charged, swinging his axe into the creature's back. The beast howled, arching in pain. Ramina grabbed Samuel and dragged him into the woods. "Get up! Move!" she yelled, her hand tight on his arm. Behind them, the sound of fighting echoed through the trees. Itchin shouts mixed with the clang of metal. Samuel called, "Itchin!" But Ramina pulled him uphill, into the shadows. Branches snapped as something big followed. The shrill cry of the monster cut through the air, sending chills down their spines. Samuel felt the voice crawling inside his head. "Where are you running, Samuel? Don't try to hide from me." He clapped his hands over his ears. "Stop it! Please, just stop it! We don't have time for this!" Ramina hissed, dragging him along. At last, they reached the church again, broken door wide open in the night. They crawled inside, hiding beneath the pews, listening to the monster's heavy breathing and the creak of wood under its weight. Drips of blood fell from above. The beast prowled, lifting pews and smashing them against the walls. Samuel held his breath, afraid to even cry. "Samuel, I can smell your fear." The monster's voice was inside his mind, cold and hungry. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Samuel's ankle. He screamed, fingers digging into the earth as the monster dragged him from beneath the pews. Then Ramina attacked with a scream of her own, slashing at the creature and forcing it to release her brother. The monster's wailing howl was deafening, and Samuel felt his ears ring as he struggled to crawl away. He heard Ramina grunting as she fought the beast, then the crash of broken wood. In the chaos, Samuel reached out and found her hand, still warm, her breath shaky. He tried to hold on to her, but the monster was pulling her away. Between their fingers, Samuel felt the cold, wet handle of a blade. He could barely see, but through the glow of the moonlight, he made out the creature's shadow. It stood over Ramina, dressed in a ragged robe, its mouth open wide, ready to strike. Without thinking, Samuel rose to his feet, gripped the knife tight, and rushed at the monster. It turned, pinning him to the ground. "We are bonded under her veil, Samuel," the voice pressed into his mind. Samuel felt the creature's thoughts invade his skull, burning with pain, but he fought through it. He stabbed with all his strength, again and again, until something warm poured over his hands and the monster screamed. He didn't stop until the beast went still. At last, the first pale rays of sunrise pushed through the broken church windows. Samuel stood over the monster's body, battered and exhausted, but alive. The long, haunted night was over. The sun rose over the ruined church, lighting the blood and broken pews, and Samuel knew he had survived something he would never forget. I have lived for such a long time. Longer than anyone should, I think. But the tiredness I feel isn't just in my bones or muscles, it goes deeper, like a weariness rooted right in the center of my being. It's not about physical exhaustion. It's something colder and heavier. I'm tired of all these years spent in darkness, drifting through centuries, watching the world flicker and change while I remain unchanged. And now, here in Phoenix, in this sweltering summer, that old tiredness presses down even harder. The city bakes, even after midnight. Heat seeps from the pavement, wrapping everything in a haze of ozone and dust. Every building hums with the noise of fans and air conditioners. It's a constant mechanical drone, rising and falling, always beneath the surface of the city's other sounds. Sometimes I find myself humming along with it, like I'm blending my own secret melody with the song of the city. Sometimes I even pick out harmonies, tapping into the invisible rhythm of Wi-Fi signals, the pulse of all those electric lives crisscrossing in the heat. Tonight is just another night. I roam the city after dark, aimless, walking wherever my feet take me. I wear black from head to toe, including my sunglasses, because even at night the city's lights can sting my eyes. My senses belong to another kind of world, one of shadows and quiet. I walk, letting the warmth of the concrete rise up through the soles of my shoes. My mind wanders as I walk, the humming of the machines guiding me, the city's beat setting the pace. I don't plan, don't choose my direction. Sometimes I start humming softly, not even aware of it, a strange little song to match the music only I seem to notice. Without warning, I spot a girl hurrying home. She's young, pretty, with dark red lips and an air of nervousness that hovers around her like perfume. I don't want to, but I begin to follow. She doesn't hear me. My footsteps are silent, my clothes blending perfectly into the night. She's already wary, as all young women must be, especially walking alone at night in a city like this. I can practically taste her anxiety, the way she glances back, the way her keys are ready in her hand. She walks up the steps to her apartment building and I time my arrival so it looks like pure coincidence. She startles, but I quickly smile and pretend to fumble with my own keys. "Oh, excuse me. I didn't see you there," I say, feigning surprise, holding the door open for her. "After you," I add, smiling in that way people do when they want to seem harmless. She thanks me, voice cautious, and slips inside. As she passes, she exposes a sliver of her pale neck, and for a moment I have to fight the urge to do what I've done so many times before. But I resist. She believes my act and heads for the elevator. I loiter at the mailboxes, letting her get just far enough ahead so that my following her seems accidental. She waits for the elevator and I join her, standing side by side, both of us watching the numbers as the elevator grinds its way down. When the doors open, I gesture for her to go first, keeping up the appearance of perfect politeness. She presses the button for the 4th floor, so I press 5. The metal box lurches upwards, groaning and creaking, filling with the heat of our bodies and the scent of her skin. She smells alive in a way that I never do anymore. Life, sweat, perfume, all those things that mark the living. The elevator stops and she gets out, flashing me a polite smile, a thank you for being civilized, for not being a monster. But I am already moving ahead of her, impossibly fast, standing by her door when she arrives, key ready but confused. She hesitates, startled again, but this time I take her key and unlock the door, guiding her gently inside. The place is small, cluttered, and smells of 1,000 different things: cooked food, old carpet, dust. I lead her to the sofa and sit her down. She looks at me, bewildered, struggling to understand why she's letting me do this, why she doesn't run or scream. She brushes her hair from her face, her hand trembling, her eyes wide with fear and something like curiosity. I sit across from her, and for a moment, I should end this. I should do what I came to do. But instead, I find myself talking. "What a lovely little place you have here," I say, trying to sound warm and human. She breathes out, relieved, and manages to thank me, her voice a little shaky. I ask her name. She tells me, Sommer. Sommer Blomfeld. "A beautiful name," I say. "Does it mean summer?" She nods, and I tell her my own, Godwin, but she can call me G. She smiles, just a little, and for a moment I feel a strange flicker of something like hope. She asks if I'd like tea, as if she's inviting an ordinary guest into her home. "Certainly," I reply. She stands, moving to her tiny kitchen, pulling out cups and saucers, filling the kettle with water. I watch her, feeling the ache of years settle into my bones. I ask about her accent. "Swedish," she says, smiling, explaining how her parents are from Uppsala, near Stockholm, but she loves to travel, to see new places, to discover things. The kettle whistles. She makes tea, and I watch the steam rise, the scent filling the room. She brings the tea over, placing it on the table between us. As she sits, I realize something is wrong. She's growing more beautiful by the second, her skin glowing as if lit from within. I see green vines twining up around her, flowers blooming in her hair, butterflies circling her head. It's as if the whole room has shifted, as if she's brought the outside world in with her. Her words become music, and I struggle to understand her. My eyelids grow heavy. The plants grow closer. She's speaking, and I hear her laughter, see her shining teeth, the glint in her eyes. Suddenly, I understand. "What are you doing to me?" I ask, my voice thick and slow. "Are you a witch?" She just smiles, the plants twining faster, blue flowers popping open, the room a riot of impossible life. I grab my own hand, digging a nail into my skin, ripping it free, the pain sharp and electric. I gasp, snapping back to myself, my vision swimming, but already I can feel the spell pulling at me again. I try to get up, but she waves her hand and I'm pressed down, pinned to the sofa. "Come on, G," she says, her voice gentle but mocking. "Why don't you stay a while? I didn't think vampires really existed. But I smelled you blocks away. You reek of blood, like you've walked through a battlefield. I saw you and I knew." Her laughter fills the room as the flowers bloom faster, vines crawling everywhere, transforming her apartment into a wild garden. I try again to rise, but can only move my eyes. She stands, moving closer, birds flying around her head, and crouches before me. She blows softly in my face, like scattering dandelion seeds, and I gasp, feeling something leave me. She cups her hand beneath my chin, shows me 2 sharp canine teeth, my own. "Sorry, G," she whispers. "But I need these." She slips them into a tiny leather pouch and puts it around her neck. "Wait," I beg, but she's already turning away, returning to her seat, settling back among the flowers. "You know, every place has its own magic, G," she says. "Arizona has given me all kinds of new things, ingredients I never dreamed of. But these, well..." She fingers the pouch, smiling. I try to will my teeth to grow back, but nothing happens. I try to move, but my body is stone. The sun is rising, and I feel the familiar, ancient dread curling in my chest. I need to get back to my sleeping place, beneath the city, hidden in the cool dark, before the sun burns me to ash. Summer knows this, too. She stands, and with a wave of her hand I rise, helpless. "Time to go," she says. I follow her, floating through her jungle of a room, past the bees and the flowers, butterflies spinning in lazy circles. My whole world narrows to the flickering of one fat bumblebee, and then suddenly I'm outside the apartment, following her down the hallway, down the stairs. The hallway is just a hallway again, drab, ordinary, ugly, but blessedly free of magic. We reach the foyer. The sun is rising beyond the glass doors, spilling gold across the concrete. Summer turns to me, shining with a terrible, radiant light. "Sorry, G," she says softly. "Looks like you've reached the end of the trail." She gestures to the door. My mind screams at me to stop, but my hand closes on the handle. In that moment, I remember, just a flash, being a boy long ago. One of my sheep had fallen from a cliff and cried out again and again, broken, desperate, while I stood above, helpless. There was nothing I could do. I covered my ears, wished it would just end, wished for silence. That same hopeless cry is in my mind now as I step forward, unable to fight the pull. I step through the door, out of the last cool shadow, and into the searing light of the rising sun. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Sequoia sat quietly in her rocking chair, cradling her heavy, swollen belly as she watched the world outside her bedroom window. The night had already slipped in, filling the sky with deep blue and scattering thin streaks of stars. The air was cool and crisp, the very last taste of spring before summer would roll in, and it moved gently through the open window, carrying with it the music of crickets singing in the dark. She let her gaze drift to the moon, half hidden behind the high branches of the old oak tree in the yard, and found herself smiling at its gentle, glowing curve. It looked almost like the moon was expecting, too, swollen and full, about to give birth to something beautiful. Sequoia ran her hand in slow, careful circles over her own belly and began to hum softly, letting the sound mix with the country music floating in from the radio in the next room. Trace Adkins was singing, "Every Light in the House," and for a little while, That familiar tune helped settle the uneasy ache inside her. There was a jasmine-scented candle burning on the windowsill. Its flame danced and shuddered as the night breeze touched it, casting strange shadows on the walls and making the room feel both comforting and a little uncertain. Sometimes the light from the candle seemed to twist, jerking suddenly, and every time it did, the radio in the other room would crackle with a sharp burst of static, like someone was trying to tune in from the other side of the world. Each time it happened, reality itself seemed to wobble, like the walls were stretching and breathing. Sequoia stared at the candle, watching the way it moved, and for a moment it felt as if she was swaying along with it, her own humming coming back to her, a little off-key and echoing in her head. She felt a sudden kick deep inside her belly and smiled, her hand pressing down gently, trying to soothe the tiny feet inside her. Then, right in front of her, the candle wick seemed to stretch longer, impossibly long, and a small piece of it broke away and floated down, landing in her lap. Sequoia let out a soft curse, then quickly blew out the candle. As the flame vanished, the world seemed to snap back into place. The radio cleared up, the air stopped shimmering, and the chirping of the crickets became sharp and real again. She let out a shaky breath, feeling the quietness settle back into the room. It had been a long, cold winter, a cruel one, dragging itself out far longer than any she remembered before. She had lost Mateo a year ago, and that wasn't just the day her heart broke. It was the day her whole reality seemed to slip out of focus. Since then, nothing had felt solid. The world around her had grown slippery, too bright in the day, too thick and shadowy at night. Sometimes she heard things, a soft voice whispering, a phrase caught at the edge of her hearing. Sometimes she was sure it was him, Mateo, speaking to her from somewhere she couldn't reach. The words slipped right through her skin and into her heart, and it hurt so much it almost felt real. Her psychiatrist was strict about the rules. Complete darkness at night, she said, would help keep the mind steady. Light, she insisted, only made it worse. But Sequoia hated the darkness. She hated the way it closed in around her, how it pressed against her bones and made her chest tight. When Mateo was alive, he'd always promised he would bring the sun to her, even if it meant pulling it up by hand. Now, with only the stars and the pale moon outside her window for company, Sequoia found herself talking to him the way she used to. She prayed to him for strength, for their unborn baby. It was his child, she told herself, even though the doctors all said it wasn't possible, not after so long. Her psychiatrist had tried to convince her it was okay to tell the truth, to admit that she'd been with someone else. But Sequoia refused. She knew better than anyone what was real and what was not, no matter what anyone else believed. When the nights grew too heavy, when her thoughts ran too fast and her humming grew sharp, Sequoia would force herself to bed. She would close her eyes and try to dream, hoping for some relief. Most nights, her dreams were soft and golden, sunlight slipping through the tops of evergreen trees, wild roses the color of turquoise, and two baby girls laughing together on a patch of grass, their skin glowing in the sunlight. But the dreams always changed. The light faded, night slipped in, and the petals wilted. One of the babies began to change, her head stretching upward, her eyes filling with a deep blackness. Then her mouth would split open, jagged teeth growing in strange directions, and she would devour the other, innocent one, leaving nothing but darkness behind. Sequoia would wake suddenly, gasping, her skin damp and sticky with sweat, her hair plastered to her cheeks. She would lay there for a while, not moving, just listening to the emptiness in the room, trying to pretend she was sleeping. Sometimes, that silent darkness felt easier to bear than the sharp, broken images that filled her dreams. The clock crept past 3 in the morning. Sequoia was still awake, lying perfectly still, when the doorbell rang. At first, the sound startled her, breaking through the quiet like a sharp bell. She welcomed the interruption. Any distraction was better than the heavy ache that sat on her chest. She shuffled to the front door, flicking on the porch light as she went, and when she looked out, she saw him. Mateo. His shape was clear at first, just as she remembered, average height, sturdy, dark hair curling above his ears. But as she stared, he seemed to stretch and twist in the porch light, growing taller and thinner, his shadow reaching up along the siding and wrapping around the porch roof. The cricket's song turned harsh, buzzing so loudly that her ears hurt. The air vibrated, and suddenly it felt as if the whole world was tilting. The doorbell rang again and again, faster and faster, as if a child were pounding on it, desperate to get inside. Sequoia's legs buckled, and she dropped to her knees, covering her ears, squeezing her eyes shut. She started to pray, first in a whisper, then louder, then finally crying out for someone, anyone, to make it stop. The crickets shrieked in her ears, and when she opened her eyes, the shadow was banging against the window, stretching longer and longer, threatening to crawl inside. Suddenly, she heard footsteps on the stairs. Her mother hurried into the hallway, moving quickly in thick slippers. Without a word, her mother switched off the porch light, plunging the front of the house into darkness. Just as suddenly, the noise vanished. The crickets calmed, the air softened, the ringing stopped. Sequoia sat up slowly, breathing hard, feeling the weight of the world shift back into place. Her mother helped her to her feet, her hands gentle but firm. As they walked back to her room, her mother whispered, "You know better than this." "I know, Mama," Sequoia replied softly. "Then why do you keep turning on that light?" her mother asked, her voice low and tired. Sequoia hesitated, her fingers trembling. "It always looks like him," she whispered. "Each time more than the last." Her mother just sighed. There were no words left to fix the ache in Sequoia's chest, no simple answer that would bring Mateo back. Her mother knew that what Sequoia needed wasn't another pill or another doctor. She needed to feel what she had lost, to understand it, and somehow, to live with it. But none of that was easy. And the gift Mateo left behind, their child, was both a blessing and a burden too heavy for words. The next night, her mother went to sleep early, leaving the house darker and quieter than usual. No music on the radio, no flickering candlelight, just the sound of crickets and Sequoia's own humming, 3 notes over and over, as she rocked gently in her chair and tried to feel nothing at all. Since Mateo's death, numbness had become her safety net. At his funeral, she couldn't cry, though she tried. It felt like the world expected her to grieve forever, to show her pain, but after months of constant sorrow, grief just became another habit. It was easier not to feel anything. In the morning, things changed. The sun would rise over the porch, casting warm gold light through the kitchen windows. Sequoia would make a cup of coffee, grab her battered old notebook, and slip outside, letting the heat of the sun soak into her bones. She'd sit there, writing quickly, pouring out all the emotions she locked away at night. Her notebook would rest on her round belly, her hand moving until her wrist ached, trying to catch every last drop of what she felt for Mateo, for the life they should have had. How could she ever explain to someone else that it was only ever him? That at night, reality would fold in on itself, and everything she saw was just the shadow of his face, the memory of his laughter, the words he used to sing to her when he thought she was asleep. Mateo had always claimed he read the dictionary every night so he'd have enough words to love her properly, to make her feel seen. No one else could ever compare. She tried to write it all down, how the world bent and changed around his memory, how happiness felt like something unattainable now, something only other people chased. She remembered the hours they spent in the forest together, wrapped up in each other's voices, his rough laughter and the soft, impossible things he whispered to her under the trees. When she came home, shutting off the lights, the darkness would shape itself into his outline. She'd light a candle, sometimes just to pretend, letting the glow stand in for him, believing for a moment that she could bring him back. The Gluska forest was a place unlike anywhere else, a stretch of wild, tangled green just a short drive from Sequoia's hometown. People said it was cursed, haunted by the cries of those the world had left behind. Some even claimed the gravity there was heavier, that scientists had measured it. But Sequoia and Mateo never felt afraid there. To her, Gluska felt like a sanctuary, the one place where the world felt whole, where the air was as warm and welcoming as an embrace from God. It was heavy, yes, but the heaviness was full of life and memory. The way sunlight filtered through the trees always seemed magical, turning the river mist into rainbows, making everything shimmer and dance. The forest responded to sound. If you laughed or sang, the light would change, pulsing in time with your voice. It was a secret world, one that belonged only to them. One July afternoon, about a month before the accident, Mateo took Sequoia to Gluska for a picnic. He spread a colorful serape over the moss, settled with his guitar in his lap, and started to play. He used a sliver of turquoise as a pick, a trick he'd picked up from his older sister. Mateo lived in a small house with his 3 sisters and his grandmother, while his parents remained far away, still in Mexico. He often talked about bringing them all together, about building a home big enough for everyone. His dream was always to give more than he took, to love more than he was loved. That day, as he sang a song he'd written just for her, "Heaven is the sound of Sequoia," reality seemed to blur at the edges. The colors of the world became richer, brighter, as if the air itself was glowing. His voice seemed to stretch out and wrap around her, making the moment endless. He sang about wanting to know every sound she made, every shade she loved, all the secrets she kept in her heart. He sang about wishing to know her even after death, crawling back from heaven just to find her again, promising that his love would outlast even God's decree. Sequoia listened, her eyes stinging with tears she could never shed, and felt the whole world contract down to that one point: the warmth of his hand, the music of his voice, the steady beat of his heart. In that moment, she almost believed they would never be parted. After the song ended, they lay together on the blanket, watching the light shift through the leaves above. Mateo told stories about his family, about growing up surrounded by women and learning how to cook from his grandmother. Sequoia shared her own dreams, her worries about the future, the strange sense she sometimes had that her life was about to split in two. Mateo would take her hand and promise that nothing could ever separate them. He always said that love was bigger than anything the world could throw at them. The memory of that day clung to her like the scent of jasmine, sharp and sweet, impossible to forget. She would carry it inside her for the rest of her life, a little piece of sunlight she could always return to, even when everything else grew dark. As her pregnancy continued, Sequoia found herself talking to Mateo more and more. She'd whisper secrets to the air, tell him about her day, ask for his advice when the world felt too heavy. Sometimes, in the moments between sleep and waking, she would swear she felt him sitting beside her, a comforting weight on the edge of the bed. She told herself it was just imagination, but some nights, when the moon was full and the crickets sang loud, she almost believed it. But the world had changed, and Sequoia couldn't ignore the way reality kept slipping around the edges. The candlelight flickered strangely, the shadows twisted, and sometimes she heard voices that shouldn't be there. The doctors told her it was stress, hormones, grief. Maybe it was. But sometimes, late at night, she wondered if it was something more. Her mother worried about her, but there was nothing she could do. She tried to keep Sequoia safe, turning off the lights, locking the doors, making sure she ate enough. But the shadows always found their way in. Some nights, Sequoia would sit in the rocking chair by the window, staring at the moon, feeling the baby kick and twist inside her. She would let herself believe that Mateo was out there, watching over her, waiting for the moment he could come home. And sometimes, just sometimes, she thought she heard him calling her name, his voice carried on the wind, promising that love never really dies. Iris Blackwood stood in her small, quiet kitchen, her hands flat against the countertop as steam curled upward in ghostly spirals. It had been 3 months since David's funeral, yet every sound in the house seemed to whisper to her. The old kettle on the stove gave off the sense of secrets, as if it remembered things she could never quite grasp. Each morning, Iris went through her rituals, but nothing felt normal anymore. She reached up for a mason jar on the highest shelf, her movements careful, almost reverent. Inside, the sunlight caught on a handful of dried petals, making them look white and thin as bone. Corpse blooms, people called them. The name itself felt sharp in her mouth, as if it belonged to some ancient era, from a time when magic and grief walked hand in hand. But these flowers were real, just as real as the heavy ache in her chest that never quite went away. The first time she'd seen them, she thought they were just mushrooms, pale, almost glowing, clustered in the grass around the oldest gravestones at Millbrook Cemetery. It was Mrs. Henley, the woman who ran the flower shop, who had told her what they really were. Mrs. Henley spoke in a voice just above a whisper, as if the dead themselves were listening. "They only grow where the ground is thick with memory," she said, her gaze sharp and knowing. "They only bloom for people who need to see." After that conversation, Iris had gone back to the cemetery, garden shears tucked under her arm. She knelt by a grave, careful not to disturb the peaceful air, and cut her first corpse bloom. She'd taken it home in a paper bag, following Mrs. Henley's instructions to the letter. The first cup of tea almost killed her. She could still remember the taste, earthy, bitter, like endings and regrets, and then a tidal wave of someone else's death had rushed through her. She felt the stroke that killed Eleanor Watts, the confusion and panic of forgetting how to use the phone, the helpless fear. When it was over, Iris had spent the rest of the day curled up on the bathroom floor, shaking and crying until she felt empty. But she kept going back. 6 times now, she had gathered the strange flowers and brewed the tea, learning to steel herself for whatever would come. She lived through a drowning, felt her lungs fill with invisible water, tasted the terror of a car accident, the slow burning pain of cancer. Every time, she survived. Every time, she grew a little closer to what she needed most, understanding. David's grave, though, was always empty. The ground was too new, Mrs. Henley said. It would take time for a corpse bloom to sprout there, time for the earth to soak up his memories. Maybe 3 months, Mrs. Henley guessed. Maybe 4. So Iris waited, practiced, and prepared herself for the moment she could finally know what had happened in David's last moments. Steam began to whistle from the kettle, rising and then fading to a thin sigh. Iris measured the water into her cup, careful and deliberate. This bloom, she knew, was from Thomas Brennan, who died of a heart attack 6 years before. She had chosen him on purpose, needing to understand the feeling, wanting to know what David might have experienced that night his own heart failed him. The scent from the cup was thick and strange, damp and earthy, mixed with something that almost felt like sorrow. Iris closed her eyes and lifted the cup to her lips, letting the taste fill her mouth. It was bitter and metallic, like copper coins and fading memories. Then, without warning, Thomas Brennan's death slammed into her. Pain crushed her chest, her heart stumbling and struggling in her ribs, her mind spinning with confusion and a desperate reach for the mower handle that had slipped from his grasp. She saw the sky above him, so blue and bright, right before everything went black. When the feeling passed, Iris sat hunched at her kitchen table, sweat-soaked and shaking. Her chest still ached, but her resolve felt stronger than ever. Soon, she would know what David had felt in his final moments. Soon, she would understand if he had been afraid, if he had thought of her, if he had tried to call her name before it was too late. The teacup stood empty before her, the inside rim stained by the memory of someone else's ending. Outside the window, the graveyard waited quietly, hiding all its secrets under the grass and stone. Somewhere in that soil, David's corpse bloom would be growing now, getting ready. As the weeks dragged on, Iris found herself putting off the hardest task of all, clearing out David's office. But eventually, she knew it had to be done. She sat in his old leather chair, surrounded by boxes, papers, and things that still smelled like him, coffee, aftershave, and a hint of legal paper that never faded. She picked up his wallet, untouched for months, and turned it over in her hands. A receipt fell out and landed softly on the desk. She stared at it, her breath hitching. The Riverside Hotel Bar. October 15th, 11:47 p.m. Her eyes burned as she read it again. That was the night David died. The slip of paper showed 2 drinks, premium bourbon, neat, and house white wine. The details should have meant nothing, but suddenly they meant everything. David had always said he worked late, always came home after midnight, but this receipt put him somewhere else entirely. Iris let herself sink into his chair, staring at the faded ink. David had died before midnight, alone at his desk, found by the night crew. At least, that's what she'd been told. The doctors blamed stress, a bad heart, a lifetime of pushing too hard. But now, everything seemed different. She opened David's journal, hoping for answers, but found nothing beyond lists of cases, meetings, hours. The entries stopped on October 14th, with no mention of the Riverside Hotel or any plans outside his usual routine. She opened desk drawers one after another, her movements sharp, searching for something that might explain this new secret. More receipts slipped out between bills and notes. A lunch at a restaurant she'd never heard of, coffee in a neighborhood far from his office. Small, everyday deceptions, but they began to paint a different picture of David, a stranger wearing her husband's face. Her phone buzzed on the desk. Sarah's name flashed on the screen. Sarah had been her best friend for years, the person she turned to when grief felt too much to bear. "Iris? How are you holding up?" Sarah asked gently. Iris took a breath, forcing her voice to stay calm. "I'm cleaning out his office. Finding things." There was a pause on the other end. "What kind of things?" Iris's eyes drifted back to the receipt. "Just old paperwork. You know how he was. Do you want me to come over? We could order Chinese like we used to." "No," Iris said too quickly. "I need to do this alone." Sarah didn't argue. The call ended. Iris sat in the quiet office, letting the shadows grow around her as night crept in. She left the lights off. It felt right, the darkness, like a shroud for the confusion growing inside her. Later, she found herself walking through Millbrook Cemetery, a flashlight in one hand and the memory of David heavy on her shoulders. She walked among the rows of graves, past names and dates and stories she didn't know, until she reached David's stone. It was still so new, the letters sharp, the grass green and thick. For weeks, she had visited every day, then every few days, then once a week. Tonight, she felt both heavy and empty at the same time. She shone her light along the base of his stone and stopped breathing for a moment. Something pale and faintly glowing pushed through the dirt. A corpse bloom, no larger than a thumb, shining with a soft, unearthly light. Iris knelt down, her knees pressing into the damp earth. She whispered, "I'm sorry, David. I just need to know." The bloom lifted easily, almost as if it had been waiting for her. It felt alive in her palm, warm and soft, pulsing faintly. Iris tucked it into a small glass jar and stood up, the leaves whispering as she moved. She walked home through the night, her hand in her pocket, clutching the receipt. Tomorrow, she would finally brew the tea. Tomorrow, she would see David's last moments, see if he was afraid, or if there was something even worse waiting in that bar. The wind moved around her, scattering leaves like tiny messengers, and Iris felt a nervous certainty. Some answers were more dangerous than questions, but she couldn't stop now. Back in her kitchen, the next morning, Iris sat staring at the glowing bloom in its jar. For a long time, she didn't move. Her heart was pounding. She filled the kettle, counting the bubbles as the water heated, a habit from childhood that never seemed to fail her. But today, nothing felt safe. The steam looked like David's face, and she had to remind herself that it was only water, only memory, only grief. She dropped the bloom into her cup, watching as it glowed brighter in the hot water. The color spread through the cup, rich, golden, so much deeper than any of the other teas she'd made. The scent was warmer, too, almost familiar. It made her think of David's cologne, the way he'd smell on special occasions. Her mind spun through everything she'd discovered. The receipt. Sarah's call. Janet's uneasy eyes at the funeral. She spoke into the empty room. "Whatever happened, I need to know." She took the first sip. It burned her mouth. The second sip filled her veins with fire. The third made the world tilt and fade, until reality dissolved like sugar in rain. The vision hit her all at once. She became David, felt his heart beating strong, then skipping, then fluttering. She was sitting at a table in the Riverside Hotel bar. The lights were dim, the air soft and private. Across from her sat Sarah. Her friend. Her best friend. Her hair caught the light. Her smile was wide and easy, her eyes shining in a way Iris had never seen before. David, for this moment, reached across the table, covering Sarah's hand. She didn't pull away. "Iris doesn't have to know," Sarah whispered, her voice gentle but full of certainty. "Not yet. Not until we know what this is." David's heart twisted, not with pain, but guilt and longing and fear. "She's my wife, Sarah. She's your best friend." Sarah smiled sadly. "I know what she is. But that doesn't change what we are." The scene changed. The hotel bar faded and now she was in David's office. The building was empty and silent, just the glow of security lights. She felt David's nerves, the tremble in his hands as he used his key to unlock the door. Sarah turned to face him in the shadows, her face both hopeful and afraid. "We can stop," she said. "Pretend this never happened." But David was already crossing the room, already pulling her close, already kissing her the way Iris had thought was reserved for her alone. Iris felt the pain grow in her borrowed chest, a sharp, stabbing agony. David staggered away from Sarah, clutching at his heart. The office seemed to spin, tilting, as his heart began to give out. "David?" Sarah's voice turned frantic. "David, what's happening?" He tried to answer, but couldn't. The pain was everywhere, suffocating, blinding. He reached out to her, needing help, but she stepped away. "Oh God," she said softly, backing away, her face white and horrified. "Not now. Not here." He fell to his knees. Iris felt the weight of his body hit the carpet, felt the cold rush of terror. Sarah grabbed her phone, hesitated, her finger hovering over the numbers. "If I call now, they'll want to know why I'm here. Iris will find out." David tried to speak. He tried to beg. Only a faint gasp escaped. The darkness grew at the edges of his vision, and Sarah just stood there, frozen by her own fear. She waited until his chest stopped moving. Only then did she act, lifting him into the chair, arranging papers, staging the scene to look like he had worked himself to death. Then she called for help, her voice trembling with manufactured panic. "I found him at the office. I came to check when he didn't answer my calls. Please hurry." The vision shattered. Iris came back to herself with a jolt, gasping, clutching at her own chest. The pain was no longer David's, it was hers. It was heartbreak, sharp and endless, breaking her all over again. The teacup slipped from her hand, smashing on the floor. The amber tea pooled across the white tiles, staining them with the color of betrayal. 3 months she had mourned a man she thought she knew, a man who had loved her faithfully. But now, she knew it was all an illusion. The real David had died in Sarah's arms, tangled in lies and secrets, his last moments spent worrying not about her but about what would be discovered. Iris let out a laugh that sounded like broken glass, jagged and raw. Sarah had called so many times, comforted her, held her through the funeral, whispered that everything would be okay. But now Iris saw every act of kindness as another layer in a web of lies. Sunlight crept into the kitchen, shining on old photographs, wedding day, anniversary dinners, 100 moments she'd believed were real. Now they looked like snapshots from someone else's life. Her phone buzzed again. Sarah's name lit up the screen, as if she knew what Iris had just learned. For a moment, Iris thought about answering. She wondered what Sarah would say now. Would she confess? Would she pretend? In the end, she let it ring. She cleaned up the broken cup, picking up each shard with careful hands. She scrubbed the amber stain until her skin burned, but still, a faint trace remained, as if memories could never be completely erased. When she was done, she opened the cabinet, took out the jar of corpse blooms, and stared at them. 6 left, each one glowing faintly, each one holding another death, another truth. She thought about drinking them all, but then she realized she was done with seeking truth. Some things, once known, couldn't be forgotten. Some doors, once opened, had to be left behind. She threw the jar away, tied the bag shut, and carried it outside, sealing the magic and the pain away together. Back in the kitchen, she reached for ordinary tea, English breakfast, the kind David had always liked. She brewed it the way he taught her, with milk and 2 sugars, and drank it slowly, letting the taste fill her with something almost like peace. It tasted normal. It tasted like mornings before her world broke. Sarah called again, but Iris ignored it. There would be time to confront her, time to find out what came next. For now, Iris only wanted to sit quietly, to breathe, and to decide who she would be in this new life. Someone changed, someone hurt, but someone free too. Outside, the world went on as always. Cars rumbled by, birds sang in the trees David had planted, the mailman left letters in the box. Life kept moving, even after a marriage died in the quiet, even after love became just another memory. Iris finished her tea, rinsed her cup, and placed it in the sink. Her morning was over. The rest of her life was just beginning. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Bibi set off into the forest, the excitement fluttering inside her chest as she felt the cool air rush over her bare skin. She wished she had worn better shoes, something sturdy for the trek, but instead, she chose to focus on how cute she looked. Her yellow dress, covered in tiny pink lilies, hugged her body and left a lot of her skin exposed. It was a dress that would ride up easily, making her feel a bit daring and wild, but she didn't mind that part of herself. She liked being a little bold, and she owned it. She'd put together her look carefully, planning every detail for the photos she wanted to take at the cottage in the woods she had read about in a travel guide. She slipped off her heels, sliding them into her purse, deciding to walk the narrow, partially paved path barefoot for a more natural effect in her pictures. If her purse could talk, it would probably scold her. "You're so careless! Where's your insect spray? And didn't you bring a phone charger?" The bag was large but mostly empty, filled only with a mirror, some makeup, eyelash curlers, a bright red apple, and a pack of hot cinnamon gum. No water, nothing practical, just things for comfort and appearance. She laughed at herself for a moment. It was a little foolish, she knew, but she felt free. As Bibi walked deeper, the birds sang high up in the branches. Their sweet music made her forget, for a while, about the cold stones and the uneven ground under her feet. She was so distracted, she didn't notice the bird above her until it happened, splat. Something warm and wet hit her shoulder. She glanced up and realized the bird had pooped on her. It even stung a little. The mess had nearly landed on her dress, but by some miracle, it missed the strap. Bibi groaned in disgust and wiped the spot with big green leaves she found nearby. Some of the bird mess slipped into her cleavage, making her cringe, but she cleaned up as best she could. She thought, not for the first time, that it would have been smarter to bring hand sanitizer, but it was too late for regrets. She was determined to keep going. She continued on, feeling the stones get colder and rougher beneath her feet. The path was turning steeper, and she had to slow down, her steps more careful now. Above her, the sky began to shift. Clouds drifted in, thick and heavy, looking like strange insects crawling across the sky. Bibi pulled out her phone and tried the flashlight, but it didn't work as well as she hoped. Still, she could make out enough of the path. Then she smelled something familiar, a faint hint of smoke, sweet and soft, like lavender and tobacco mixed together. Was there a fire nearby, or maybe the cottage? It seemed possible, so she picked up her pace, her feet tapping against the stones as she hurried forward. The music of the birds faded until it was gone, the world growing quieter and more mysterious as the forest thickened around her. A small wooden bridge appeared ahead, crossing over a little creek that glistened far below. Bibi paused, climbed up onto the wide railing, and balanced carefully. She stretched out her arm and snapped a selfie, smiling bravely at the camera, showing off her daring side. For a moment, she felt wild and free, even though she knew it was a little risky. She climbed down safely, a nervous giggle escaping her lips. She imagined her purse scolding her again. "You're going to get yourself killed, and leave me out here to rot." She just laughed and pressed on, her destination getting closer. Meanwhile, near the emerald green cottage, a woman named Aggie sat on her porch. She wore her long white hair pulled back and had a face lined with the stories of a hard life. She was smoking a lavender-flavored cigar, enjoying the peace, when she thought she heard footsteps in the distance. She sighed, annoyed at the idea of another visitor. "Not again," she said, smashing out her cigar and grabbing her shotgun. She rushed inside, locked the door, and cracked the window open, just enough to poke her gun through. With a loud bang, she fired a warning shot into the air. "I told you to stay away, Dmitri!" she shouted, her voice hoarse from years of smoking. Bibi, meanwhile, stumbled out of the trees, her hands in the air, her purse tossed before her as a sign of surrender. She was terrified. "Please don't shoot. I'm not here to cause trouble. I only wanted to see your cottage. I saw it in a travel guide, and I thought it was beautiful. I just wanted to take a selfie for my blog." Aggie glared at her, not convinced, but she didn't shoot again. She just coughed, a deep, rough cough that made her wince. "Get off my land," she snapped. But Bibi pleaded with her, explaining about her blog, showing her influencer card, and even offering the apple she had brought for her photos. "Would you like it? I know it must be hard to get fresh fruit out here," she said, holding out the bright red apple. Aggie took the apple reluctantly, eyeing it for a long time before finally taking a bite. As the sun peeked through the clouds, Bibi snapped a quick photo. The cottage, the apple, the roses blooming nearby, everything looked perfect, striking and colorful. The shot was just what she had hoped for. Inside the little green cottage, Aggie wasn't thinking about apples or blogs. She remembered Dmitri and Irving, the hunters who had shot her once, by accident, while she was gardening. She had never really recovered from that wound. Now, she was certain they were back, somewhere in the woods, maybe even watching her. She hated them for what they had done, and wanted revenge. She would never forgive them, no matter how many apologies or gifts they brought. Bibi, outside, couldn't help but notice the beautiful roses growing along the cottage. Only red ones, of course, no pink allowed. Aggie loved red, just like the apple. As Aggie finished the fruit, she looked up at Bibi and smiled with her eyes. There was something sweet beneath the hard exterior, Bibi thought. Maybe Aggie was just lonely. Maybe she wanted a friend. Bibi decided to try. She offered to show Aggie her cinnamon gum, even offered her moisturizing lipstick, and asked if she could curl her lashes, to help her look as pretty as possible. Aggie was amused, letting Bibi reach through the window, though it was a struggle. Bibi complimented her, calling attention to her bright blue eyes, and showed her the mirror. "You're beautiful, you know. The lipstick's cherry red. Remember that for next time," she said, curling Aggie's lashes so they didn't fall in her eyes. Aggie was surprised by Bibi's kindness. No one had treated her this gently in a long time. She asked Bibi for her name. "Bibi," she replied. "And you? You can call me Aggie," the old woman said. "I've gone by plenty of names." In the meantime, Dmitri and Irving, feeling guilty for the accident, decided to plant bright red snapdragons all around Aggie's cottage, hoping to earn her forgiveness. Aggie liked the flowers, but she couldn't forgive them. She knew they were close, could almost sense them coming. Aggie looked at Bibi and said, "Come inside, but first take your selfie like you wanted. I know I ate your apple, so here's a peach." She tossed a ripe peach through the window, urging Bibi to take her picture quickly. Bibi did as she was told, snapping one last selfie before running inside. They bolted the doors shut as Dmitri and Irving came out of the woods. The sky had grown darker, clouds swirling above as if warning them of trouble. Dmitri called out, trying to sound peaceful. "Agatha, we come in peace. I brought you pheasants." He held up his catch, hoping to please her. But Aggie was furious. "Get off my land!" she screamed, firing another shot out the window. This time, she didn't miss. She shot Irving right between the eyes. He fell to the ground, silent, and then she aimed at Dmitri, catching him in the shoulder. "Take that, baboon!" she yelled. "See how you like it!" Dmitri screamed, clutching his wound. Bibi, though shocked, helped Aggie drag Irving's body to the rose garden. They would plant him under the roses, making sure no one would ever find him. Dmitri was left on the ground, howling in pain. Bibi knelt beside him, taking selfies with his wide, shocked eyes and his white teeth shining through the pain. She posed for the camera, a strange satisfaction blooming inside her. When Dmitri tried to crawl away, Bibi called out, "Aggie! 12 o'clock!" Aggie rushed outside and fired again, hitting him in the groin. "That's what you get," she laughed. Bibi ran over, taking more selfies as Dmitri went into shock, barely able to speak. There was a trend online called suicide selfies, where people with terminal illnesses would travel to beautiful places, take pictures of their last moments, and then end their lives on their own terms. Bibi wasn't just there for the blog, she was there for herself. She had been diagnosed with central sleep apnea years ago, and the doctors told her she had about 5 years to live. That was 4 years ago. She was tired, ready for whatever came next. She had picked out the little bridge over the creek as the place she would jump, imagining her own blood mixing with the cold water, dying peacefully, happy even. But today, she made a friend, Aggie. Somehow, that changed her plans. They decided to stick together, at least for a while. Aggie, satisfied with her revenge, suggested burying both men under her prized roses. "They'll make the best fertilizer," she said. Dmitri, barely conscious, begged them not to do it, but Aggie just shrugged. "I warned you never to come back, and you didn't listen," she said. Bibi took Aggie's clogs and a shovel, digging up the rose bed carefully, trying not to break a single stem. They rolled Irving in first, and as Dmitri screamed, Bibi pushed him in too, ignoring his curses. Together, they shoveled dirt over the bodies until there was nothing left but the peaceful hum of bees in the rose garden. The flowers seemed to grow even brighter after that, fed by what lay beneath. As evening fell, Bibi called to Aggie. "Let's take a picture with the honeybees before it gets too dark." Aggie laughed, thinking of grabbing another peach, but Bibi shook her head. "No peach this time. Just us, your roses, the green cottage, and the bees." Aggie sat down beside her, smiling wide for the camera as Bibi clicked the shutter. But as they posed, they heard a strange, angry buzzing, a warning from the bees, perhaps, or maybe something more sinister. For a moment, it felt as if the whole garden was alive with something other than flowers, as if they were surrounded by more than just memories and roses. The world was changing, and Bibi felt it. Maybe this was the end of one story and the start of another. She looked at Aggie and saw not just a strange old woman, but a friend, a survivor. The sun dipped below the trees, the sky glowing red as the last light faded from the garden, and Bibi understood that sometimes the most unlikely people could become your family, even at the edge of the world, even when everything seemed lost. And as the darkness closed in, the two women sat quietly, their faces glowing in the soft light of Bibi's phone, the roses blooming red all around them, forever nourished by the secrets buried below. My mom has been gone for almost 28 days, but honestly, it feels like she's been gone for 20 years. Losing her has been so much harder than I ever imagined. There are no more early morning phone calls, the kind that used to come at 6 o'clock sharp. She'd wake me up and tell me to get a job, and at the time, I'd roll my eyes or grumble. But now I'd give anything just to hear her nag me again. I never thought I'd miss those little annoyances so much. I can't help but wonder why it had to happen like this. She was still so young, just about 60 years old. By the time the doctors found her cancer, it was already everywhere inside her. She changed so much, shrinking into someone I barely recognized. At the end, she weighed less than 100 pounds, her cheeks hollow and her eyes sunk deep. It felt so cruel for someone who spent her life finding and capturing beauty, to have so much taken away from her like that. My mom was a famous photographer, someone whose pictures had been in National Geographic. When she died, she left most of her money to charity. She left my sister Joyce her mansion, and my brother James got all of her cars. To me, she left only a small amount of money, an old Polaroid camera, and a blender. It didn't seem fair, not really. Why would she give me so little when she gave my siblings so much? My name is Daniel, and I'm just a struggling author living in a cramped studio apartment. My life is quiet and simple, and while I sometimes enjoyed the peace, I often dreamed about what it would be like to have more, maybe to enjoy the luxuries my siblings took for granted. When I opened the cedar box that held the camera, the first thing I noticed was the scent. It was faint, a blend of lavender and vanilla, something I recognized immediately. For a moment, I just closed my eyes and breathed it in, letting childhood memories wash over me. When I opened my eyes again, I saw that the camera was wrapped in a red velvet pouch that seemed fancier than the camera itself. My mom always loved trees and animals, and she was famous for the way she captured truth in a smile or the beauty of a single leaf. Honestly, I was never really interested in her work until that moment, and now it was all I had left. If only I'd seen the note she'd left in the bottom of the box back then, maybe things would have been different. But fate has a way of slipping through the cracks. I wasn't ready to deal with any of it. I put the camera back in its box and tucked it away on the closet shelf, buried under old sweaters and shoeboxes full of memories I couldn't face. Years went by. The camera just sat there, collecting dust. One afternoon, I was looking for a safe place to hide my pistol and stumbled across the cedar box again. When I opened it, the familiar smell hit me like a wave. It hurt, but also comforted me. I knew, somehow, that it was time. I took the camera out of its pouch and found a stack of old photographs underneath it. My mom had never photographed whole people, only their smiles, or the shadow they left on a wall. Now, it made more sense to me than it ever did before, but at the time, I just wished I'd found her notes sooner. I turned the camera over in my hands, studying the old brass buttons and the worn leather strap. The film that came with it was brass, too, which was strange. I dusted it off and loaded the film, stretching out the leather strap to wear around my neck. The camera looked like it belonged to the 1800s, but the strap was still strong. I decided to take a walk and test the camera out. On the sidewalk, I looked for something worth capturing. That's when I saw it, a beautiful, candy apple red Porsche. I'd dreamed about that car since I was 12. I lifted the camera, pressed the shutter, and there was a loud snap and a burst of light. The camera spat out a photo, and I noticed the number at the top drop from 5 to 4. As the picture developed, I stared in awe. I'd never seen anything so clear, especially from an old black and white camera like this. It was almost too real, too sharp. Something about this camera was different. Not wanting to waste the last 4 photos, I went home, still thinking about the experience. That evening, I felt more alive than I had in a long time. I sat down at my desk to write, and found myself swept up in a wave of creativity. The words just poured out of me, as if I was writing without thinking. It was exhilarating. I wrote for 3 days straight, barely stopping to eat or sleep. 3 days later, a knock on the door broke my focus. I groaned, not used to visitors. I checked the doorbell camera and saw a burly man I recognized vaguely. "Hello?" I said, squinting at the screen. "Hey, Daniel?" "It's Joey," the man replied. "Joey from college." We hadn't talked in years, but there he was, smiling at me. He looked different, older, heavier, and with a long beard, but it was definitely him. He gestured over his shoulder to the Porsche parked outside. "Guess what I'm selling?" He grinned. My mouth went dry. He tossed me the keys. "She's yours if you want her. No catch. Just $1. I'm moving to Germany for a job and you always said you loved this car." I remembered. I couldn't believe it. "For real?" I asked. $1? Joey nodded, smiling even wider. "Deal!" I shouted, grabbing $1 from my wallet. He handed me the title and got into a waiting car, waving goodbye. I closed the door and looked at the camera sitting on the table. Could this be real? Did taking its picture make this happen? I picked up the camera, turning it over and over in my hands. The possibilities rushed through my head. My apartment was a mess, and I knew I needed a change. I wondered if the camera really was magic. I tried to push the thought aside and went back to writing. It felt foolish, but I couldn't shake the idea. The next day, I took the Porsche out for a spin, taking the camera with me. The car was everything I had ever wanted. At a stoplight, I saw a woman on the corner, easily the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. She saw me looking and smiled. I blushed and looked away, but then she laughed and waved at me. I held up my camera, asking if I could take her picture, and she struck a playful pose. I clicked the shutter, the flash popped, and the number dropped from 4 to 3. The photo slid out, and the light turned green, so I waved goodbye and drove home. Back in my apartment, I examined the picture. Something strange caught my eye. I was standing next to her in the photo, even though I had stayed in the car. It didn't make sense. Maybe it was just a weird reflection. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't stop thinking about how alive I felt. I wrote late into the night, only going to bed when exhaustion forced me to. The next morning, my phone vibrated. I groaned, still groggy from the night before. Unknown number. I answered anyway. "Hi, Danny," came a soft voice on the other end. I sat up fast. "Emma?" It was Emma Calloway, the girl I'd crushed on all through school. She'd never given me the time of day, but here she was, calling me out of nowhere. "I don't know why, but you just popped into my head," she giggled. We ended up talking for over an hour. When we finally hung up, I lay back in bed, staring at the ceiling. This wasn't just luck anymore, this was a pattern. "Mom, what did you leave me? A genie and a camera?" I wondered aloud. It had only been a week since all of this started, but I wanted to see just how far the camera's magic could go. I drove to a house I'd always admired, a place I knew I could never afford. I snapped a picture, and the number dropped to 2. I was almost scared to see what would happen. 2 days later, I got a call from a lawyer. "Your Uncle James left you everything," he said. "There's a home in Vermont. I sent the address and some photos to your email." When I opened the pictures, my heart stopped. It was the exact same house I'd photographed, the same porch, the same swing, the same peeling paint. In the Polaroid, I was even sitting on the swing. Suddenly, a horrible thought hit me. Did I cause my uncle's death by taking the photo? The idea made me sick. My feelings shifted from excitement to dread. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't look at the camera without feeling like it was watching me. I started researching online, desperate for answers. I found an article about relics possessed by demons, and the more I read, the more terrified I became. I tore through the cedar box until I found an old photo of my mom, full body, wearing her favorite sundress. I set it on the table and pressed the shutter. The flash went off, and the number dropped to 1. As the picture developed, I stared at it, my hands shaking. But it wasn't my mom in the photo. It was a vision of destruction, bodies burning, a mushroom cloud rising in the background. I waited for days, then weeks, then months, but nothing happened. Maybe it was a mistake, I thought. I put the camera away in its pouch and set it back in the cedar box. That's when I noticed a handwritten note pinned to the bottom. I recognized my mom's handwriting instantly. "Daniel, I leave this camera to you. Whatever you do, do not use it out of greed, lust, or in any way except to capture the beauty of life. Most of all, never use it to try and change time, death, birth, or events. The result could mean the end of mankind. Protect it with your life. Love, Mom." I stared at the note in shock. I had done everything wrong. The end of mankind, was that really possible? There was only one photo left in the camera, but I was out of ideas. Then came a knock at the door. I checked the door camera. It was my mother, but her face was covered in blood, her eyes lifeless and blank. My hands shook as I switched on the TV. The newscaster's voice was frantic. "Today the city has gone crazy. Over to Susie, who is reporting downtown." The reporter's voice shook as she described scenes like something from a zombie movie, the dead rising and feeding on the living. "Life is being reversed. Oh no, oh no." The screen went to static. "If you can, find shelter and do it now. I sat there, paralyzed. I finally understood, sometimes, history really does have a bite. Jay was starving, and all he could think about was picking up Chinese takeout for dinner at Chunli as he and Paula boarded their usual train home. The train was full of familiar faces, people they saw almost every night. Paula struck up a conversation with Kelly from Bronxville, while Jay took a seat alone, pulled out his laptop, and started hammering away at emails he hadn't found time to answer during the day. Outside the window, the city lights whipped by like sparks flying from a fire, and Jay tried to focus, thinking only of food and home. Soon Paula was chatting with another woman, Sarah from Tuckahoe. The three of them talked easily, their voices weaving in and out as the train rattled on. Jay loved his wife, even if her easy friendliness with strangers sometimes embarrassed him. To him, she was everything. But she didn't always seem to see herself that way. When the train stopped at East 233rd Street, Jay closed his eyes for just a minute, feeling the day's exhaustion catch up to him. When he opened his eyes, Paula was gone. He looked around, confused. "Hey, where did Paula go?" he asked Kelly. Kelly looked uncomfortable, exchanging a quick glance with Sarah. She didn't answer, just moved a little further away in her seat. Jay felt irritation rising and walked toward the front of the train to find the conductor. "Excuse me, have you seen my wife? She's got long reddish hair, a green dress, silver bulldog brooch." The conductor shook his head without meeting Jay's eyes and brushed past him. Jay searched the whole train, car after car, but Paula was nowhere. Finally, at his stop, he got off alone, hoping she'd somehow make it home before him with some explanation. He wasn't hungry anymore. The next morning, life picked up where it had left off. Jay went to work, and that evening, he and Paula boarded the same train at Grand Central Station. They hurried to catch it, as always running late. On the platform, Paula glanced at another train gliding in from Connecticut, its passengers invisible behind glass. Jay's stomach growled. This time, he was craving Italian from Pasquale's. On the train, Paula greeted Arthur from Hartsdale and his fiancée, Maggie, asking about their vacation. Jay found a seat across the aisle and opened his laptop, trying to get a little more work done. As the train rattled out of the city, the lights flashed by like fireflies. Jay was tired. At East 233rd Street, he rubbed his aching temples and closed his eyes for a minute. When he woke, Paula was gone again. He looked to Arthur. "Where's Paula?" "I must have nodded off." Arthur and Maggie wouldn't meet his eyes, saying nothing. Jay, frustrated and confused, stuffed his laptop away and walked through the train, searching. But Paula was nowhere to be found. The next morning, Jay and Paula made love, but it didn't feel right. It was as if they were going through the motions, acting out a routine that neither of them truly felt. On the train into the city, Paula opened up just a little. "I'm not happy, Jay," she said softly, eyes on her hands. "I don't know why. I should be happy. Everything is good, my job, my family, you. But I'm not. I'm just not." Jay didn't know what to say. "Maybe you should talk to someone. Someone who could help." He looked at her bottle of antidepressants the night before. There were far more left than there should have been. Paula just looked away. Soon they reached Grand Central. Jay kissed her goodbye under the famous celestial ceiling and watched her leave through the doors to 42nd Street, both of them glancing back just once as they parted. Rain was falling outside, and her figure blurred as she slipped away into the city. Jay's day was busy and he skipped lunch, making do with granola bars and yogurt. That night, hungry again, he looked forward to chicken tikka masala and naan from Bombay Garden. He and Paula boarded the train home, and again Paula chatted with Marla from White Plains and some others. Jay put in his AirPods, trying to relax to some music as the train clattered north. The city lights flared by outside, painting the windows with streaks of white and yellow. Sleep had been hard for Jay lately, and he closed his eyes when they reached East 233rd. The music lulled him, and he dozed for a bit. When he woke up, Paula was gone again. He turned to the others. "Hey, where did Paula go?" I closed my eyes for just a few minutes. Marla and the other women looked at him with sad, almost pitying eyes, but said nothing. Jay's anger bubbled up. What the hell? Where is Paula? I'm tired of this. No one answered. He stormed through the train, searching, but it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Somewhere inside, Jay felt a gnawing sense of guilt. Maybe it was his fault, this emptiness, this repeating disappearance. Maybe he was the one who needed help, someone to talk to. But he pushed that thought aside. All he wanted was to find Paula. Nothing else mattered. That night, Jay set the alarm clock back half an hour and made breakfast for Paula. When she woke, she was confused by the time, but sat and drank her coffee as Jay tried to talk to her again about her sadness. She didn't want to talk. They ate quietly and got ready for work. In Grand Central, Jay kissed her by the golden clock, watching her vanish into the city with the crowd. The day dragged on with meetings all over Manhattan. When evening came, rain was falling again. He met up with Paula, but she wouldn't look at him, something distant in her eyes. As they rushed to catch the train, she suddenly stopped and pulled away from his hand. She looked at him now, really looked at him. I'm sorry, Jay. If anyone could have saved me, it would have been you. Her words hit him like a stone. He recognized them from Virginia Woolf, a writer she loved. Before he could move or even breathe, Paula stepped off the platform and into the path of the oncoming train from Connecticut. Gasps rose all around. Jay screamed and tried to leap after her, but strangers held him back as he sobbed and fought and finally collapsed in despair. The police came, but it was too late. The next night, Jay was back on the train to Scarsdale. Paula was there too, laughing and chatting with friends as always. He smiled at her, hoping to go home together, eat cheeseburgers, and catch the Knicks game on TV. He put in his AirPods and let the music sweep him away, the city lights flashing past like sparks from a punch. As the train reached East 233rd, Jay drifted into sleep. When he woke, Paula was gone. He asked everyone where she went, but they just looked down, silent, uncomfortable. No one would say a word. Jay cursed under his breath and went searching for her, but Paula was nowhere to be found. He kept searching every night, through train cars and stations, looking for his wife, his one true love, his moon and stars. Night after night he searched, and he could not stop, because he didn't know how to live without her. What brought Eleanor the most joy in her life was Louis, a quiet young man whose hands were rough from working the fields and whose eyes seemed to shine whenever they found hers. The two of them would meet under the old elder tree every spring, their laughter joining with the songs of the birds above. Together, they dreamed of a small house covered in ivy, a place where their children could run through the grass with bare feet, happy and free. But then, on one chilly autumn evening, everything changed. Outside the tavern, a stranger's knife ended Louis's life in a moment of senseless violence, leaving him cold in the street and the whole village shaken. Grief overwhelmed Eleanor. She collapsed to the ground at the edge of the village square, her sobs echoing through the empty cobblestone streets. Her tears soaked into the earth where Louis's blood had already seeped, and it felt as if even the ground was mourning with her. In the days that followed, Eleanor drifted through her world like a shadow. She no longer sang lullabies to the children or laughed with the stable hands. Instead, she sat by her window every night, staring into the flickering candlelight and whispering Louis's name into the dark, hoping that somehow he might still hear her voice from wherever he had gone. Each day, she wandered through the meadows they had once explored together, clutching tightly to the wool scarf Louis had left behind, the one that still held the faintest hint of his scent. She walked slowly, always searching the horizon for a glimpse of someone she would never see again, chasing a voice that had gone silent. Sometimes she would stand beneath the elder tree where they first met, listening for his laughter, but the only answer was the soft wind passing through the tall grass. The villagers watched her with worry as she faded deeper into sorrow. They left food at her door, fresh bread, soup, sometimes a little honey in a clay jar from a shy village boy who ran away before she could thank him. People tried to help in quiet ways, but nothing could fill the emptiness inside her. One morning, while drawing water at the well, the baker's daughter reached out and gently touched Eleanor's hand. "He wouldn't want you to disappear," she said softly. Eleanor managed a thin smile, but didn't reply. Every Sunday, no matter the weather, she walked to Louis's grave behind the ruins of the old abbey. The cemetery was a place of broken stones and quiet shadows, matching the shape of her spirit. For hours she would kneel by the grave, tracing the letters of his name, telling him stories about her days, her dreams, her heartbreak. Sometimes she cried, sometimes she sat in silence, letting her presence say what words could not. One cold autumn night, under a sky scattered with stars, Eleanor noticed something strange, a small sprout pushing up from the soil beside Louis's headstone. At first she thought it was a weed, but its deep plum-colored leaves caught her attention. There was something different about it, something that made her pause. She returned the next evening, and again the night after. The little plant grew quickly, even as the cold set in. Eleanor brushed the frost from its leaves, poured a little water from her old water skin, and whispered stories to it, about the way Louis's fingers turned purple picking blackberries, about how he could never sneak up on her because his laughter always gave him away. Seasons changed. As spring turned to summer, and then to autumn again, Eleanor's visits to the grave became a ritual. By the end of the second summer, the strange plant had bloomed. A single black rose appeared, its petals so dark they seemed to swallow the moonlight, each one soft as breath and edged with dewdrops that glittered like stars. Eleanor stood over it, feeling as if she were witnessing a miracle. She knew, without understanding how, that this flower was a part of Louis, something precious that had returned to her through the earth. She kept the rose a secret, something for just the two of them. She planted forget-me-nots nearby, not to overshadow the rose, but to keep it company. It was a small act, but it felt important. Over time, she learned that even the quietest things could hold deep meaning. Slowly, life began to return to Eleanor. She went back to the stables, where the horses remembered her and nuzzled her hands. The stable boy, Matthew, who was now nearly grown, waved at her. "It's good to see you, Eleanor," he said, his voice cracking with hope. "It's better with you here." She smiled at him, weary but grateful. In the village, people welcomed her back, not with pity, but with gentle hope. At the market, an old woman pressed a sprig of rosemary into her hand, whispering, "For remembrance." The baker's daughter, now a mother herself, invited Eleanor to tea. At first she declined, but weeks later, she brought a jar of honey to the door and accepted the invitation. They talked about bees and bread, and for a while they didn't speak of loss at all. When Eleanor left, she carried home bread and a small warmth in her heart. Time passed, and the ruins of the abbey grew more overgrown with ivy each year. But the black rose never wilted. It grew taller, its roots strong in the earth. Eleanor herself endured, her grief transforming slowly into something quieter, something softer. Some days she sang again, her voice low but sure. Though time had worn her voice thin, it still carried the notes. On a gentle spring morning, years later, Eleanor walked once more to Louis's grave behind the abbey. Her hair was silver now, and her steps were slow, but she moved with a quiet strength. She knelt beside the rose, letting her hand rest on the cool earth. As she touched the ground, a hush fell over the cemetery. The air was calm, broken only by the whisper of leaves and the wind drifting through the crumbling arches. She looked at the rows of headstones, no longer seeing them as just reminders of loss, but as the roots of memory, each stone a flower that had once been loved, and was still remembered. In that moment, peace settled over Eleanor. She felt the weight of her sorrow finally lift. Love, she realized, had not vanished with Louis. It had put down roots in the ground, grown in the spaces between heartbeats and seasons, and would endure as long as someone remembered. With her eyes closed, Eleanor let herself drift through every memory, every laugh, every glance, every small joy. She realized that her life had not been shaped by emptiness, but by the warmth of the love she still carried. Then, something remarkable happened. A second black rose began to grow beside the first, small at first, then blooming into fullness. Their petals leaned toward each other, as if drawn together in silent embrace, their stems gently intertwining. Eleanor understood. Love had brought them together again, in a way that was quiet, gentle, and everlasting. And so, in the garden of memories and under the silent witness of the Abbey stones, she finally found peace, knowing that, in her own way, she and Lewis would always be together. Elliot Finch had spent 4 years at Bramble and Company, an office that always felt a little too cold in winter and a little too stuffy in summer, the kind of place where the color of the carpeting changed every few years. But the air always held the same trace of burnt coffee and dust. In all that time, Elliot had made barely a ripple. He drifted from his cubicle to the copy machine to the break room and back again, a quiet ghost in a sea of louder ghosts. If you'd asked anyone in the office, they'd say Elliot was nice, and helpful, and reliable. Some of them would pause a moment, as if searching for his face, his job title, anything distinctive. A few would mix him up with Evan from ID, or Eric from Accounts Receivable. But nobody would say much more. That was just how Elliot liked it, or at least, that's what he told himself. He arrived before dawn every morning, unlocking the doors behind the janitorial crew, his footsteps soft as he made his way to his desk, the world outside still asleep. He liked those silent hours, when the only sounds were the click of his keyboard and the slow, deliberate gurgle of the ancient coffee pot sputtering its first brew. He always stayed late too, the office dim and emptied out except for the distant sound of cleaning carts and the hiss of the HVAC. Even his desk was a monument to neutrality, a single family photo in a frame, its corners dulled by time, a nondescript planner, a mug that simply said, "Good morning." There were no inside jokes scrawled on post-its, no birthday cards propped up, no evidence of the kind of messy, lived-in life that crowded the spaces of other cubicles. He was the person who remembered birthdays only because Outlook reminded him. He was the one who brought a store-bought cake to office parties and quietly left before the group photo. In meetings, he sat at the edge of the table, nodding, taking notes, but never quite joining an easy flow of conversation. When he spoke, people listened, but only because he so rarely did. In the 4 years since he'd started, not a single rumor, scandal, or office story ever included his name. All that changed the day the break room whiteboard announced the annual Prosperity Lottery. It was an old joke at Bramble and Company, a tradition from long before Elliot's time, where the winner supposedly received a lucky charm, said to bring fortune for the next year. Some people treated it like a joke, while others, like Janet from payroll, took it a little too seriously. The lottery always started with a flourish. Janet would draw flowers and fireworks in dry erase, fill the sign-up sheet with glitter pens, and chase people around the office to get their names on the list. Every year someone won the little velvet box, gave a silly speech, and life went on. Nobody could quite remember if anything good ever happened afterward. This year, Janet leaned across the coffee station, her bracelets jingling. "You should enter, Elliot. Who knows? Maybe this is your year." She smiled, but her eyes never quite matched the smile. Elliot's stomach twisted with a strange mix of embarrassment and curiosity. He scribbled his name at the bottom of the sheet, sandwiched between more hopeful signatures. He didn't really believe in luck, but he did believe, a little, in wanting. For the next 2 days, the sheet filled up with names, some written in careful print, some in sprawling, hopeful cursive. Every time he glanced at it, he wondered what he would wish for, if he won. More money? A better apartment? The kind of confidence that made Tom Bragg lay the center of attention at every meeting? The idea almost made him laugh. On the day of the drawing, the whole office crowded into the break room, the hum of excitement mixing with the scent of stale donuts. Janet stood at the front, a sparkling tiara on her head. She spun the battered metal raffle drum with exaggerated ceremony, making everyone clap and cheer. "And the winner is..." She plunged her hand inside, pulled out a slip of paper, and read, "Elliot Finch!" For a moment, there was a hush, as if nobody was quite sure who he was. Then a polite round of applause broke out, a few people glancing his way, some with surprised grins, others with indifferent shrugs. Someone produced the small black velvet box, placing it in his hands like it was precious. It was heavier than it looked, cool to the touch. Janet beamed. "Don't forget, Elliot. Tradition. 3 wishes. Right now." Elliot hesitated, feeling the eyes of the room pressing in on him. He opened the box and stared at the charm inside, a gold-plated wishbone, small and dull with age, tucked into a nest of velvet. It looked fragile, almost as if it could snap in two with the slightest pressure. He laughed nervously, clearing his throat. "Okay. 3 wishes." He tried to keep it light, but in the back of his mind, he felt something heavy begin to shift. He shut his eyes, clutching the bone, and whispered 3 wishes, barely audible over the murmur of the crowd. The first was easy. "I wish people would notice me." The second took more courage. "I wish I could move up." And the third, spoken almost in spite, a little bitter and a little childish. "I wish Tom Bragley would just get out of my way." He opened his eyes and handed the box back to Janet, who tucked it under her arm and started passing around the donuts. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Elliot returned to his desk, feeling a strange mixture of embarrassment and expectation. He tried to shake off the feeling that the room had changed around him, that people looked at him just a little bit longer than usual. He barely noticed that Tom Bragley didn't come in the next morning. He noticed more, though, when by Thursday the entire office was buzzing. Tom Bragley, loud, brash, always the center of attention, had been shot the night before on a subway platform at Canal Street. "Wrong place, wrong time," they said. Wallet gone, watch gone, a single bullet, and that was it. People whispered at their desks, emails flew back and forth, and by the end of the day, the office was quieter than he'd ever known it. HR sent around an email about grief counseling and support in this difficult time. Elliot sat at his desk, staring at his computer, unable to shake the feeling of cold dread that crept into his bones. It was only when his manager, a woman named Sandra with a brisk, efficient way of talking, called him into her office that he realized what was happening. "Elliot, you know Tom's accounts better than anyone," she said, her voice softening. "I know this is a difficult time, but we need someone to step in, at least temporarily. Would you be willing to help?" He nodded, unsure what else to say. That night, alone in his apartment, he placed the wishbone on his nightstand and stared at it. He could have sworn he left it in his desk drawer at work. The apartment was as quiet as ever, but the silence felt thick, full of hidden eyes. He lay awake, replaying his wish over and over. He tried to convince himself it was coincidence, a tragic accident. But the bone glinted in the low light, catching his attention every time he rolled over. The following days were a blur of new responsibilities. Elliot found himself in Tom's old office, a glass cube with a view of the city and a chair that still smelled faintly of aftershave and strong coffee. He handled meetings, emails, and client calls with a shaky confidence. People congratulated him, more out of obligation than warmth. They asked for help, stopped by his desk, noticed him in the hallways. Every time someone looked him in the eye, he felt a jolt of unease. It was a week later, while he was organizing files late into the evening, that he first caught Janet watching him from the doorway, her arms crossed, the faintest smile on her lips. "Settling in?" she asked, voice honey-sweet. He nodded, forcing a smile. "Good. You deserve it, Elliot. It's your year." He thought about asking her if she believed in the wishbone, but instead he just thanked her, watching her walk away with a slow, deliberate gait. When the second wish came true, it was Messier. It started with the regional sales head, a man named Carlos, getting caught up in a financial scandal. The office filled with whispers again, rumors swirling. Then came the news: Carlos was arrested in the middle of the night, federal agents at his home, mugshot on the news, children crying in the background. Within days, Elliot's manager brought him into another meeting. "We need someone to oversee sales while we sort this out. You're the obvious choice." Elliot nodded, feeling a deepening sense of dread. The office atmosphere changed. People greeted him by name, asked his opinion, deferred to his decisions. His email inbox filled with congratulations, invitations, and the kind of attention he'd always thought he wanted. But the smiles felt tight, the handshakes quick and cold. He caught people watching him from across the room, their eyes darting away when he looked back. He tried to get rid of the wishbone. One night, he wrapped it in old paste stubs and set it on fire on his balcony, watching the flames curl and blacken the paper. The metal twisted and smoked, but in the morning, it was back in his desk drawer, shining as brightly as ever. There was a note next to it, written in neat, looping script. "Trust me, Janet." He began to avoid her, skipping the break room and slipping out early when he could. But he couldn't escape the feeling that everyone was watching him. The third wish, the one about being noticed, became a curse. Every whisper in the hallway, every glance in the break room, felt like it was aimed at him. People laughed too hard at his jokes, patted him on the back, smiled too wide. But nobody sat too close. He felt their eyes on him constantly, as if they were waiting for something. He tried to warn people. When the next lottery sign-up appeared, he tore it down. Janet put up a new one. He told new hires, "It's not luck. Don't sign up." They laughed, desperate for something to hope for. He saw it clearly now. Every wish granted, someone else paid the price. The ones who used to ignore him now looked at him with a strange mixture of envy and fear. At night, he barely slept. He started having dreams, sometimes of Tom Bragley, his shirt stained dark and eyes empty, standing silently in the subway. Sometimes of Carlos, staring through jail bars, his face twisted in accusation. And sometimes of Janet, standing in the shadows, holding the wishbone, her smile wide and cold. He tried leaving the bone in different places, his desk, his nightstand, even the trash bin at work. No matter what, it was always back, waiting for him, gleaming with a hungry light. He began to dread walking to work, imagining disaster waiting at every corner. One morning, he almost stepped in front of a bus, lost in thought. Someone yanked him back, and when he reached into his pocket, the wishbone was there, warm against his skin. The last time it intervened, he felt it as a sharp pain at his temple. His vision swam, his jaw went slack, and he slumped sideways in his chair. Footsteps echoed in the distance. A hand touched his shoulder, and then the world faded out. He woke up in the break room, alone. The wishbone sat in his open palm, pulsing with warmth. He knew what it wanted. He understood now, seeing the circle of faces that watched him from the corners, waiting. The ones who had clapped the day he won, the ones who had congratulated him. They were all in on it, or had been before. He was just the newest member of a silent club. One day, an intern, new, nervous, hopeful, walked into the break room. His tie was crooked, his hair still damp from the rain. He looked at Elliot with the same hope Elliot once had. Elliot felt something break inside him, something that had still wanted to believe he was good, that luck was just luck. He pressed the velvet box into the kid's trembling hands. "Congratulations," Elliot said, his voice scraping out like rust. The intern's eyes shone. "Trust me," Elliot lied, feeling the cut of the words. "You'll love it." As the others watched, the weight shifted. Elliot's shoulders loosened for the first time in months. He knew what it meant now, the relief on their faces, the way they watched the new winner, hungry for someone else to carry the curse. He walked back to his office, shoulders squared, and sat down at his desk, staring out at the city lights. He thought of Tom, of Carlos, of Janet, and the silent string of winners before him. He wondered how long the wishbone had been traveling office to office, year to year. He wondered briefly if anyone ever broke the chain. That night, Elliot stayed late, as he always had, watching the city outside his window grow dark, his own reflection merging with the night. He wondered what would happen to the intern, what he would wish for, how the office would shift and change again. When he finally left, the halls were empty, the world silent. For the first time, he felt something like peace, cold and sharp, but peace all the same. He had done what the office expected. He had passed it on. The next morning, a new name appeared at the bottom of the lottery sheet. The game would begin again. Elliot Finch, invisible no longer, walked out into the morning sun, his hands empty and his heart a little lighter, though he knew the cost of wishes would follow him wherever he went. But he kept walking, disappearing into the city, just another face in the crowd, as the story of the wishbone began again for someone else. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I have longed to feel her once again, more than I ever thought possible. Night after night, as darkness presses against the cold window panes, I find myself drawn into the quiet spaces we once shared, pulled by memories that refuse to fade. I remember the comfort of her beside me, the subtle rise and fall of her breathing as her eyes drifted shut, and she let the days slip away. There was always something calming about watching her sleep. It quieted the nerves that so often frayed my mind, soothed the restless itch that crept through my bones when I could finally be with her. It was in those silent hours, as moonlight spilled across the tangled sheets, that I felt the madness of longing quiet, if only for a little while. A sense of purpose would fill me, as if this, being close, being witness to her small, vulnerable moments, was what a man truly fought for in his life. The endless search for a love so unstoppable, so all-consuming, that even being 6 feet apart for the rest of eternity seemed close enough, as long as I could still hear her breath in the dark. It is always easier to imagine the spirited woman I once knew when she's asleep in my mind. Her laughter remains, echoing through the hollow chambers of memory. I see her joyous smile as she strolled through the park, sunlight dancing along her hair, waving to the children she knew and loved. I remember Lillian as the force that brought people together, the host of laughter-filled afternoons, the woman who filled our kitchen with the scent of apples and cinnamon and flour, always baking for her endless, absurd gatherings. I ache for that feeling of connection we once had, for the sense that we were in this world together, unafraid of what tomorrow might bring. I crave it in the quietest moments of the day, in the hour before sunrise when the world is barely holding on, and I am left with nothing but the hollow ache of her absence. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I reach for a flicker of familiarity in her face, a warmth so profound it could heal even the deepest sorrows. Yet each day, the only thing staring back at me is a painting, full of life on the surface but overcome with shallow, empty eyes. A beautiful mask, nothing more. I spend my days searching for the woman I love, tracing every movement, every gesture, searching for the light I once knew. It is like waiting for a sun that will never rise, convincing myself, over and over, that if I just looked closely enough, I might see her smile again. For months I lived uneasy in my own isolation, haunted by the suspicion that something terrible had stolen her away. I paced the halls of our home, turning over the same questions until they lost all meaning. Would I regret searching for my love? The splinter of it worked its way deeper and deeper into my mind, until every waking moment was spent caught between hope and dread. I convinced myself that if I waited long enough, she would come back to me, that the woman who loved me would reappear, and we could go on as we once had. But hope is a cruel thing. It clings even as the truth grows too heavy to carry. She left me, both physically and spiritually, and though her body remained, the soul behind her words was nowhere to be found. There was no warmth in her tone anymore, none of the secret smiles or small, loving touches that had once made each day brighter. She spoke in riddles, her words thin and cold, her eyes drifting past me as if I were little more than a shadow. The questions I asked, the ones only she would know, were met with confusion, with empty stares, with sentences that never seemed to land quite right. She didn't recognize me, not really. She called me by name, but there was no love in it. That was how I knew she was long gone, that something else had come to take her place. I became obsessed with the idea that a monster had crept in, silent and patient, and taken the breath of my sweet Lillian, replacing it with its own. It wore her face, but it was not her. I saw it in the way she moved through our house, the way she looked at me with eyes that reflected nothing. I watched her for weeks, months, praying that I was wrong. The monster begged for my mercy, pleaded that I would never discover the truth, that I would let it live out her life in peace. But mercy is a thing for the living, for those who still have something to lose. Tonight, I knew, would be the end of her suffering. I waited until the world outside had grown quiet, until the moon hung low and heavy over the garden we once tended together. I watched her as she slept, tracing the lines of her face with my gaze, hoping that somewhere beneath the mask, my Lillian was waiting for me, patient as ever. I peeled back the illusion, trembling with the hope that each layer would bring me closer to her. With every touch, every gentle press of my hand, I convinced myself that I would find her, that she was there, waiting. The thought of saving her sent blood rushing through my veins, my heart pounding so fiercely I thought it might burst. I had never loved anyone like I loved her. I believed that love could save us both, that it could cast out the monster and bring her back to me. But she fell apart under my watch, too fast and too easily. Red flowers bloomed beneath her, bright and terrible, a field of sorrow spreading across the floor. I held her until the last warmth left her skin, until all that remained was the echo of her, memories trailing through my hands like sand slipping through my fingers. She stayed quiet, every strand of her beauty and intensity unraveling beneath my grasp, as if I were slowly pulling a string that led to a tapestry in disrepair. In the end, it was worth removing the mask that had been forged upon her face, worth seeing the truth at last. The woman that lies at my feet has stayed the same, but she is not the woman I lost. I searched through every inch of what they had left behind, hoping for a spark, for the smallest sign of magic, but she was gone. There was no power in her blood, no secret warmth in her touch. The only thing I have ever loved has been stolen from me. I am left with a hollow ache that fills my chest, with nothing but the empty wish that her soul has found peace, that somewhere she is dancing amongst the stars, or colliding into the warmth of sand like the waves washing on the coast. I can only hope she is free. No words could explain the ache of living without her. The pain that sears through my veins, burning away everything I once was. I wonder, in the silent hours, if life can ever be worth all its worries when she isn't here to make it better. What is the point of living, if not for the ones you love? I find myself returning, again and again, to the same moments, the same conversations under the sky, hoping to collect every ounce of her soul that remains. I spend my days walking the garden where she planted her favorite flowers, sitting among the blooming hearts that surround me. Each blossom reminds me of her, a flash of color in a world that has grown dull and gray. I try, over and over, to remember the taste of her name on my tongue, but she always seems just out of reach, a memory slipping away before I can hold on. There are days when I cannot breathe, when grief wraps its hands around my throat and squeezes until all I can do is cry out for her. I did not want to believe that she was truly gone, that there was nothing left for me here. I found myself searching for impossible possibilities, for stories of love lost and found, for tales of the dead returned to life. I read through books of old magic, the stories of Victor Frankenstein and all those who challenged the limits of death. I silently prayed that those stories were closer to truth than we might have thought, that I could bring her back to me, if only I tried hard enough. Each night I sat at her side, talking to her as if she could hear, telling her all the things I never said. I begged for her forgiveness, pleaded for her to return. The realization came slowly, creeping in like a sickness. Living without her would be more difficult than finding a way to end my solitude. It would be like pressing into an open wound, refusing to let it close, keeping the pain fresh and raw. There was only one way I could find the closure I needed. Only when thoughts become reality does one feel successful, when the anxiety and grief ends, once and for all. Every flower that blooms must eventually give itself back to the earth. I wondered if that was true of love, too. The night's wind carried whispers of her voice, or the memory of it. I wandered through the house, letting her presence guide me. It wasn't about pain anymore, not really. It was about quieting the voices inside my head, unleashing the reunion I dreamed of. The idea of being with her again was enough to carry me through each long, lonely night. I imagined us together in a world beyond this one, a place where sorrow and regret could not reach us. Once the world around me stopped its torture, once the voices turned quiet, I let myself drift away, let myself be transported to the outside world where we would meet again. It wasn't long before I stood in front of her, the same girl I had loved and lost, her hair shining in the darkness, her eyes bright and full of something I could not name. Only, the expression in her eyes was not what I had hoped for. There was no gratitude, no relief. Instead, her gaze was cold, filled with a deep and utter disgust. She stared back at me, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyebrows drawn tight. I smiled at her, my cheeks aching from the effort, my heart pounding with hope. I had finally found her, and yet I could see, in the stiffness of her posture, in the way she gulped and looked away, that she had not wanted to be retrieved. She took a step closer, her body's aura pulling me in, as if a rope were tied around my waist, dragging me toward her. Even though she was not happy to see me, the only thoughts that filled my mind were the ones of our future now, of us together in this dark eternity. I looked around at the night sky that flurried between our souls, slowly pulling us together like a match made in heaven. I waited, silent and hopeful, for her to say something, for her to forgive me. Her lips parted, and her eyes locked with mine. For the first time in my life, I felt I had gotten what I wished for, a look that I recognized, a moment of connection. Her voice rang softly in my ears, and it took a moment for the words to register, for the pain to truly land. "You are the reason I left," she said, her tone gentle but cutting, sharp as a knife pressed to the bone. I hadn't known until then that words could cut so deeply, that regret could flood in and drown a man from the inside out. Only after life had ended was my mind finally forgiven from all the sickness that had taken over, all the pains I had brought to her, causing her to let go of the idea of me. I saw it now, so clearly, all the ways I had failed her, the ways I had let love twist into something possessive, something desperate and unkind. I understood why she had drifted away, why the light in her eyes had gone out. I can only hope one day I forgive myself for all the damage I had let into my life, for all the pain I allowed to poison my love for her. Perhaps in time, the wound will heal, and I will remember her not for the way she left, but for the way she lived, the joy she brought, the warmth that once made the world beautiful. I carry her with me still, in every memory, in every breath, hoping that somewhere, in a place beyond sorrow, she has found the happiness I could not give her. Now, each day is a quiet pilgrimage through the ruins of our life together. I visit the places we loved, the park where she laughed, the bakery where she pressed her hands against the glass, the garden where she planted rows of daffodils and tulips every spring. I carry her old scarf in my pocket, the one that still smells faintly of her perfume. Sometimes I see her in the faces of strangers, in the way the sunlight falls on an empty chair, in the echo of laughter from across the street. In the small hours of the morning, I lie in bed and replay our conversations, our whispered dreams, the promises we made beneath the stars. I hold on to the memory of her voice, the gentle way she said my name, the feeling of her fingers brushing against mine. I close my eyes and imagine her beside me, her hand resting on my heart, forgiving me for all I could not change. It is only then, in those moments between sleep and waking, that I find peace. The seasons turn, as they always do. Winter softens into spring, the world blooming with color and possibility. I watch the daffodils push through the earth, yellow petals unfurling in the sunlight. I tend to the garden, planting new seeds, coaxing life from the soil she once loved. It is not the same, and it never will be, but it is enough. I learn, slowly, to let go, to remember that love can endure even when those we cherish are gone. There are still days when the ache returns, sharp and sudden, catching me off guard. I find myself reaching for her in a crowded room, listening for her laughter among the voices of strangers. I write her letters I never send, filling pages with apologies, with stories of the life I am trying to build. I tell her about the sunrise, about the taste of coffee in the morning, about the neighbor's new puppy that reminds me of the one we dreamed of adopting together. In these small acts, I keep her memory alive, woven into the fabric of my days. Sometimes I dream of her, not as she was at the end, but as she was in the beginning, full of light, fearless, unafraid to love with her whole heart. We walked together through fields of wildflowers, her hand warm in mine, her smile bright and easy. In those dreams I tell her all the things I could never say, and she listens with the patience and grace that defined her. When I wake, I am grateful for the gift of those moments, even if they are only echoes. I have learned that grief does not end, that it changes shape and weight, but never truly disappears. I carry it with me, a reminder of what was lost, and of what remains. I choose, each day, to remember her with love rather than regret, to honor the life we shared, and to forgive myself for the ways I failed. In doing so, I hope to find peace, to let go of the longing that once threatened to consume me. The world moves on, indifferent to my sorrow. People hurry past on busy streets, the sun rises and sets, the seasons shift. Yet, in quiet moments, I feel her presence, gentle as a breeze, constant as the tide. I close my eyes and whisper her name, trusting that somewhere, she hears me, and knows that I loved her with all that I am, all that I have. And when my time comes, when the world grows quiet and I am called to join her, I hope she will meet me with kindness, with understanding. Until then, I will cherish every memory, every shared moment, and live as fully as I can, knowing that love, once given, never truly dies. It endures like the flowers she planted, like the stars above, quiet, persistent, eternal.